And welcome back everyone to the Asia Wild Rift Legends organized by Kaisaya and SGH Network, with everyone fighting for a piece of the pie of $1,000 plus NFTs and SSA's tokens from Smash Chains. Excited to see how the ship is gonna sail from both of these players, and now let's see what's gonna happen. We're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash and I'm here with Crazy Apple. How are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm just super duper excited because, hey, this is going to be one of our first looks into the new patch. And this is probably one of the most competitive tournaments we're going to be seeing just right after the Horizon Cup. And I think we're immediately getting into the picks and bans and already seeing the bans finishing up for both of these teams.
Yeah, no, we're seeing the bans. Very, very likely that we're not going to be seeing something different here. Because, you know, Kill and Morgana are not going to be, and also Dr. Mundo are not going to be available during this tournament. Yeah. And also the items that are new aren't also going to be available. So basically, we're seeing the same lineups that always going to be seen if the bans are right there. We're seeing Galio, Twisted Fate. They're taking off the global pressure from the hands of the other team.
Yeah, exactly. They're already taking away that Twisted Fate from the hands of DG. And yeah, before we completely go into these picks and bans for everyone watching right now, the first game that we're gonna have today is between Buriram United Esports. Buriram and also against DG. Both of these teams are top teams in their respective regions. So yeah, we're looking at the pick and bans right now. Two more picks coming on DG side, which is the Darius and the Varus, while we're still waiting on Bruce side of the picks.
Okay, so we're seeing Buriram United drafting a Thresh on their lineup. So this is going to be good because they want to cheese out the enemy team on the Dragon Lane side of the map. So they want to get that early game advantage, even though that we have a Varus on the other side. We all know Varus is a very early game champion that does a lot of poke, right? But with Illusion and Thresh, that changes things up. But right now, we're going to be seeing on the other side, they have the jungler on their side, the Orianna and the Vi. They have a lot of mix-up when it comes to the CC. But right now, I'm kind of losing on the DPS side for the side of DG Esports. What do you think about that?
In the earlier parts of the game, especially when it comes to that mid-game, it's kind of harder to see where the damage is going to come from, especially. Varus is not one of those hyper carry AD carries that we see in the meta, but we do see that there's an Orianna, and Orianna, she still scales pretty well even in the late game, and just the ball-up team comp that they have with that Galio, the Darius, the Vi, and the Orianna is just going to be very effective when it comes into these team fights with the very small corridors, like example in the objectives like Baron or Dragon. But we do see on the side of Buriram, they have locked in that Jace, and I'm just really excited to also see this champion coming out right now. As we all know, Jace and Caitlyn were some of the newest additions prior to the current patch, and Jace wasn't really up to par when it comes to this on the strength side. That's why Riot decided that to buff him up a bit, and now we're seeing him being picked, which is as we were talking about, it might be very similar to Horizon Cup, but we're seeing just at least that different look coming into this tournament.
Yeah, now we're going to be seeing the game DG Esports versus Buriram United Esports. This is going to be the game, and I think this is going to be a very, very fast game because when it comes to the draft, they don't have a lot of those late game champions. Like they have the Orianna, yes, which would be the late game champion that they're looking for, but not a lot of DPS in their hands. And also on the other side, we don't really expect Illusion to be as strong as he is on the late game. Yes, he is good in the mid game, but the late game, not so much. But here, we're going to be seeing the lineups here. So we're seeing the Fiora and the Vi, right? Most of the time, Wild Rift always comes up to who is better when it comes to the jungle side, who's better when it comes to the rotation, who becomes better. Basically, they're basically the hyper carries of this game, just because every win, every fight, everything comes up to the team fights.
Yeah, and it's something that we really saw as well in the Horizon Cup with Dakun Gaming really hyping up their jungler and Hueba. He was really strong and controlling all phases of the fight. So yeah, we're gonna see here if that's gonna be a replication of what happened there. Will Vivi on DG's side would be the jungler that would carry his team. While on the other side, Buriram has that Fiora, and as we all know, Fiora is a very, very strong champion that can very well carry a lot of fights.
Yeah, and also most of the time, what always is gonna happen is that this is gonna be an advantage in the early game when it comes to the Jace? Is this really what... Oh, but in bot lane though, the damage came in, the first blood already! What a very, very fast fight in the bot side, and now because of that, that is a great advantage for the Lucian in the bot lane.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning earlier during the picks and bans, Lucian and Thresh is a very strong bot lane, and they can very well immediately take control of that dragon side of the map. This dragon lane is gonna be super strong, especially they did get that first blood. This Lucian's probably gonna get out of control later on.
Yeah, now with this, the top lane is going to be dived in. It's going to be two disguise right there. The top side, they have still the flash, so the ignite is ticking. They're not going to be able to get that, and that's going to be the turnaround. Darius gets the kill on the top line. Mystic gets a trade at least for that kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Mystic right there very much will outplay the top side. But right now, it looks like another kill is going to go to Mystic's side. Annoy Eraser right there from Burrito. I'm trying to, you know, take some pokes in and that Darius, but very well might have been noticing that the Vi was already coming up, just gave up the kill, not giving any assist towards that Vi.
Yeah, you don't really want to give the Darius the advantage in the early game because we all know Darius is a very one-note champion that every time he gets a snowball on the top side, even if that's a Jace, Darius would pound that Jace to the ground for sure. But right now, looking at what happened in the top side, Buriram United, but oh, the death sentence was able to hit, not going to be able to do a lot of damage, but his HP, that is so much taken down already. But again, Buriram United still has the upper hand in the bot side.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage on that gallery, which is going to give this Lucian and there's a lot more damage on this turret, like getting 2 plays right there, but there's a fight in the top side.
Okay, the top side, they're not going to be able to get the onto Eraser, but wow, that pushback was able to save his life right there. But now, they know that the top side is not clear, so most likely, there's going to be a rotation around. Look at Shibas. He's now on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, but he's on the ward right here and just using the red trick and just noticing that the ward was right there. But it looks like they're going to force the issue here in the bot side.
Yeah, they force it, and there you go. There's the Flade, there's the box, but again, that's going to be a kill. Braum is now going to fall down. They're going to be going for a trade here. Very desperation play coming in from their side. 2 people are down already. Chalice is going to be the next one, but again, this is under the turret, and we're still at level 5. You don't have the capabilities to do that at this point in the game yet.
Yeah, and this has been 2 tower dives already from Shibas, and I feel like he's trying to play too aggressively. At this point, this is a best of 3, guys, and there's still some room for error just because there's gonna be 2 more, possibly 2 more games after this. So those kinds of aggressive plays might just be a bit of warm up, just trying to take a bit of that heat right now that these players might be feeling. But at the same time, a game 1 is super important because as I've noticed in a lot of best of these, when you're in the team that wins the first game, you take control of a lot of the momentum. It's harder to come back from a deficit, and right now it looks like DG is putting themselves in that position to put a lot more pressure on BRU.
Yeah, I think Shibas needs to tone down a bit. I mean, maybe he's really stretching his arms right now. That's why he's trying to go for those dives. Crazy Apple. But again, in the top side, they're really contesting this. They're not trading 1-for-1 for the objectives. But now Vivi is now super low in HP. They push him back out of the way. They take the referral. Most likely, they can still rotate. But look at this. The Eraser going to be able to get that damage, but not. No, Eraser wasn't able to get the kill, but look at this. Mystic is going to be the next target. No, 2 disguise is up. He has the ultimate coming in, and that's going to be the CC chain coming to their side, but they were able still to get the kill. Hero's Entrance would be able to push back everyone out of the way. 5 stacks on almost 3 members. They forced the flash. They forced the issue. They were able to get a 2-for-1 in the top side. DG Esports gets the advantage, but Buriram United was able to get the referral.
Yeah, and you can really see right there what was the objective for BRU. They really wanted to get that Herald. They really wanted to get something on the top side of the map, and that has allowed this virus to just keep sieging down this turret, taking already 2 plates out of it, just only 400 HP. But going back to that fight in the Baron side of the map, it was just really BRU recognizing and focusing on their objective. Their objective was getting that Herald. They got it, but yeah, it was in exchange for 2 kills. But if you look at the gold right now, the gold is pretty
side though. Oh yeah, Vivi now super low in HP, being chased down by Shibas, but now they're all back here. Backs against the wall. Look at this, the damage is going to go through. Domsky is now going to be the next target. No, they have 4 members here, very, very strong. They have a lot of early game potential, so they're going to be the ones taking a hold of this Ocean Dig. But again, Mystic is going to be doing a lot of damage. Braum was forced to flash now. They don't have a flash to work with. Most likely, they're going to be able to push back a lot of members from Buriram United and take this Ocean Dig.
I love if this is going to be what we're gonna be seeing in the rest of the day. This is just action, fight after fight after fight, and there's another fight here in the Dragon Pit.
Okay, looking at that, Archony is now gonna be going with the gold card. Oh, to the skies right there to the back line. Look at that, the damage came through, and they were able to take the Ocean Drake. Razor is gonna fall down. That's gonna be the Shockwave. Won't be able to hit anyone. Shibas super low in HP. They have the gold card to work with though. That's gonna be the damage. Vivi is gonna fall down 1-for-1 right now. Oh no, Mystic is left alone in the pit. He's gonna fall down. A double kill for Braum. That's gonna be Buriram United not taking the Drake, but they were able to take 2 kills.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though that was 2 kills on the side of Buriram, it has gone the way of the Thresh. And Thresh is not really one of those champs that you want to see a lot of kills. And yeah, almost got caught right there. But the minion wave wasn't there yet for them to be able to do that tower dive. And that has given, because of that Rift Herald take earlier and that win in the Dragon Pit, they have taken the first cert in the bot side.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you up with a problem here, Crazy Apple. Because look at this. A lot of kills that came in from the side of DG was funneled down to Darius and funneled down also to Domsky in the bot side. So their carries doesn't have a lot of gold right now. This is gonna be bad for them in the late game if ever Mystic is gonna fall off. We all know, oh, the top side though, no Eraser. Chain of Corruption was able to hit. Not gonna be following up with anything. And remember, they're back here. The fray is here. Here comes Braum. Here comes the flame. Was able to get the hit. Damsky. Hero Center is going to be used. Not going to be cancelled. He's going to be pushing back out of the way. A lot of members though. Vivi going to be the next target. A lot of damage came through. Calling has been used. They have the Destiny though. When he used it to TP inside. No, oh, he was though. He's on the backside already. Look at that. He used the stasis to save himself, buy some time for his teams to rotate. But again, 1-for-0, and now they're forcing the issue. This is what I like about Buriram United.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, there is a bit of a conundrum right now for DG. Their most richest players are coming in that Darius and the Galio, and whenever they make these plays, they're trying to burst someone down immediately. As you mentioned, they don't have a lot of damage, so they're not able to make these picks fast enough. And BRU is already there for the backup, for the reinforcement, trying to win the fight in their favors, and that's why they keep getting these fights. But there's another gank here.
Oh, Shibas now low HP. Riposte has been used. He was forced to flash away, but again, Mystic was able to get that again and again. Shibas is having a hard time here, and that's not what you want to happen with a Fiora.
Yeah, it's really not what you want to happen for a Fiora. And as we mentioned, we were really looking at the junglers, how they're going to affect this map. And it's really Vivi. It feels like there's a lot more support from the team, really trying to really having more good communication and just having the team their backup right there. But for Buriram right now, it feels like even though their jungler hasn't been really up to par in the movements for Vivi. Is still able to have that gold lead right now.
Yeah, now they're going to be diving onto the top side. Eraser. Okay, the stasis was able to buy a lot of time though, but the turret is now going to be the target. Platypus, at least it was able to get away with that flash. And now Mystic, oh no, he's caught with 4 members though, caught in rock in a hard place, not going to be able to do anything. Shibas is now going to be targeting him right now, and he's going to backside. The Shockwave was able to hit, and now they're going to be forcing out of the way, and this is going to be the target. Vivi, here's entrance though. He's going to be surviving for a bit there. Archony has still the gold card, now going to be the target. Oh, that double kill! That piercing arrow came in out of nowhere, and now that's going to be a 3-for-3 from both of our sides. These carries are making it hard. Vivi now going to be chased down. Look at that, he's on goes. He's very, very fast, but they're not going to be able to chase down Vivi.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to chase down Vivian, and then it was a 3-for-3 fight. But even though there was that very big shockwave coming from Platypus, it hit 3 people on the side of BRU. Right. As you mentioned, there's not a lot of damage coming from DG. They're really relying on the poke coming from this Varus right now. The Varus is building that Totality build, already has that Ghost Blade and that Mana Moon. They really need to have these prolonged fights, but BRU is not going to allow that because their team is super mobile, has a lot of damage in them. They're just going to get these picks earlier on. If it's not this proper team fights, they're not going to be able to get this.
Yeah, the Death Sentence was able to connect, and Vivi now gonna pop up the Gargoyle Stone Plate, and now he's gonna fall down. Now the target is onto the other side. Look at this, the backside gonna be falling down. That's gonna be it, Mystic. Oh, so much damage from that, and that's gonna be here. Look at this, Archony trying to chip down a lot of the members though, but again, they are not built for this long drag-on fights at the start of Buriram United, because if that's gonna happen, look at this. Oh no, the target's gonna be here. Platypus was able to get the shockwave 1-2-2 on the back line, but not enough to get the kill. The double kill onto Eraser, and now Mystic is now gonna be going here. Look at that, he doesn't have the flash damage anymore, but look at that, the flash from Archie, he was able to get that though. No Eraser, he needs to be careful though, because if the kill is gonna happen, there you go, there's the gold card, there's the kill. Buriram United is back in this game. Vivi gonna be able to do some damage, not enough have to do anything out of the way though. Eraser is now going to back away. That is a big win for Buriram United.
Yeah, and that is a very big win because the momentum is now on their side, as we were talking about earlier in the pick and ban phase. In the middle part of this game, in the mid game, DG's not gonna have a lot of damage because they're still waiting for this Oriana to get her items to be that late game carry later on. They're just gonna rely a lot on the poke damage coming from Varus and possibly the resets coming from Mystic, but they're not getting to those points because Buriram's just always faster on the play.
Yeah, right. Like what I said, they're forcing all the issues right now. The damage is going to come in. The chain of corruption is there. But look at this. No one is dying on the side of Buriram United. They're all just losing their HP, but now they're going to be turning it around. That's going to be the backside, though. We're able to get one kill, though. The Shockwave was able to hit on Archony. Now, DG was able to get it because they stayed on their formation. And Buriram United, they're left alone. They were scattered all around the place.
Yeah, and the dragon is up right now, but their jungler Shibas is on the split push on the Baron side of the map. That's why it was a 4v5, and the fight went in the favor of DG right now. And 2 towers are being sieged. Mid lane has fallen, and the Baron side, second tier turret for DG has fallen down.
Yeah, good negotiation here though, because Buriram United was able to get the towers in the top side. And remember, that's a second tier turret. So that's a lot of pressure now on the top side of the map. Now that the Baron is going to be coming in just a bit, it's going to be the target for Buriram United onto this next one. Even though that they have a lot of kills, they still don't have a lot of gold in their favor. But look at this, on the bot side, they were able to get it though. But again, this is going to be the Mountain Drake free for the taking for the side of Buriram United.
Yeah, that Mountain Drake is free on the side for Buriram right now. And you know, it was funny as well. They were trying to get that Drake earlier, but no one was able to. It fell a lot later, and right now we're kind of taking stock of what's happening right now in this game. We're almost nearing that 13-minute mark, and Baron is about to be up, so we can expect both of these teams to be fighting for that objective.
Yeah, they might want to go for this next objective, though. The Baron is going to come in 8 seconds. So it's going to be scary in how this is going to turn out for this fight, though. Because we all know, even though that they're equal when it comes to the kills, it's just that there's a 5k gold lead still, right? Crazy Apple. So this is going to be hard for here on for this team, though. So looking at what is going to happen for this next one, it's going to be really scary. The Baron is ticking. A lot of members from the side of DGL are already stacking onto the top side so that they would be able to contest this next objective.
Yeah, and right now, I'm not sure if you guys saw that, but yeah, we were looking at our phones for a bit there, but at the same time, we're back in this game, 13 minutes. We are looking at this mid lane, but looks like the Jace is split pushing the bottom side of the map.
Oh, okay. Assault and Battery was able to get that. The damage is going to improve. We're able to get the kill onto the jungler. That is what they need on the side of DG Esports. But look at that. Eraser is now taking down the inhibitor turrets, and now he's backing away from the fight. He's just going to be the distraction that they need. But look at this. They're really going in, scattering everyone around from the map. Buriram United knows how to play around these objectives. Look at this. The Eraser going to be the target. He's going to fall down, but it's okay. Job well done. Job well spent for Eraser right there.
Yeah, job well spent. For Eraser, yeah. The bot side of the the bot side of the map is fallen, and right now, yeah, we're going back into this Baron.
Whew, yeah, they're going for the Baron. The teleport's gonna come in. They don't have a lot of damage because we all know they don't have a lot of DPS to work with. Shiba's gonna teleport, and that's gonna be the distraction. Braum is gonna be low in HP, 2k HP health right there. He's gonna be able to get. Oh, he was able to get the seal there, and now Buriram United is now taking over the map here. Shibas was able to get out, but now they're all being taken down. They need to back out of the way. They need the Baron, but look at that. Sogly was able to get 2 kills already to the backside. Challenge is gonna be the next target. Won't be able to get it though, but again, they were able to get it. The teleport's gonna come in. Here comes the party. Here comes Noi Eraser, and he's the hero that they needed all along. They were able to take it down. Now still a 3-4-3, but now Buriram United has the Baron buff in their favor.
Yeah, Buriram was with that beautiful steal right there from Shibas. We were thinking about earlier, hey Shibas, why are you being super aggressive? And his aggressiveness has paid off with that Baron steal right there. Now they're sieging this top side turret. That doesn't look like it's gonna fall, but yeah, right now both teams are taking stock, but that's a lot taken right there for Buriram's side.
Yeah, Crazy Apple, this is the time that the Darius is going to fall off, right? He's just going to be a beefy tank that doesn't have a lot of damage. Going to be just there, just for the threat of a long drawn fights, right? Because most of the time when you're fighting a Darius, the 5 stacks is going to be respected every time. But right now, at this point in the game where everyone is very beefy, you're not going to be respecting that. They're just going to be challenging every now and then.
Yeah, and it's hard, right? Because that's why we
Right.
were talking about earlier. For DG, a lot of their composition really relies on just one champion, that Oriana, on the late game team fights. And
Mm-hmm.
at this point,
Oh
Darius is gonna
no.
be relying on that reset. But Mystic, it's going down.
Oh no, he's just gonna go down very, very fast. That's why we said Shibas is gonna be the threat in the late game when it comes to the Tar. It's just because, the true damage is just gonna hurt right there. It's gonna pierce through. And now the Destiny has been called. They're gonna be the target. VV wasn't able to hit the Vault Breaker though. There comes the stun. Here comes the hero sentence. Everyone is out of the way, but the Death Sentence was able to hit onto Platypus. That is gonna be very scary though. The Shockwave was able to hit onto two, but not enough damage at this point in the game. Damsky is gonna fall down. The next ones are gonna be the threat here. Was able to hit another Death Sentence. What is this from? It's just really crazy right now. Was able to take down Platypus. Is gonna be the rock of the team, but he's gonna fall down also. And Buriram United, even though that was a very scattered game, they were able to take game one.
Yeah, and that is game one in favor of Buriram right there, taking the lead in this best of three. And DG, they have to think about what went wrong in that game. As we were talking about earlier, we were thinking it might have been the draft, it might have been the picks, but there is still a clear, I call this a clear win condition for DG, even though we were really very critical on their team comp having these deficits, especially on the damage department. But they do have these clear win conditions, which were the team fights, and they really tried to force these team fights on objectives. But what I think went wrong for them right there is that for BRU side, they were able to. They also know the win conditions for TJ, and they were always expecting. They were always there immediately in the objectives. Were able to turn fights around, and it just came to a point where at even gold, BRU is going to be stronger because of the because of the kits of their champions.
Yeah, and that's what scared me the most during that time, Crazy Apple, because with the team composition that they have, they're not ready for what's coming up in the late game. They don't have DPS, and that is a big, big problem at this point in the game where the reason why is Buriram United always force fights. They always force the issue. They wanted to go a 50-50 matchup, even though that they have a more well-rounded team composition. They have the CC, they have the late game insurance for the Fiora and also the Lucian. But what it came down to how they play out the fights. They're taking objectives. They're taking everything that they can. They got the first referral, and that's a signal for a solid team for me here, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, it looks like they're a very, very solid team. But at the same time, I want to commend both teams. They were always trying to take advantages for themselves. There was never a point that it felt like both of them just kind of surrendered and let's go to the next game. No, it was always trying to make these plays. And unfortunately, it came to a point that the win condition for BRU was able to overtake whatever DG was trying to pull there. So maybe some adjustments in game two. We're looking into DG might be going for a more standard composition, trying to get a lot more damage out there. I do love the idea of having that Galio and the Vi. Because there's an easy combo right there for the Vi going in with the Galio, supporting her using his ultimate, and as well as this Wombo combo along with the Oriana. There's that vision right there. Unfortunately, the composition for BRU was thriving on these skirmishes that were very counter to what DG was trying to do.
Yeah, and that is basically what they wanted with that team composition. They want to move around the fight, even though that long drag on fights is not their strong suit. It's just because of the way that they move around the Fiora. Even Shibas was taking a lot of risk during that last fight. But again, everyone, that was just game one of our game right now between DG Esports and Buriram United Esports. And again, we're just going to be taking a short break before we go on to game two. Again, we have been your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit. And welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Wild Rift Legends organized by Kaisaya and SGH Network, with everyone fighting for a piece of the prize of 1,000 US dollars. And again, this is the fight between DG Esports and Buriram United Esports. And again, we have seen a very, very intense match a while ago. And we're going to be your shoutcasters. Again, I'm Dash. I'm here with Crazy Apple.
Yeah, and that, as you mentioned, it was a very intense game. It was a lot of back and
Right.
forths coming from both teams. Buriram always trying to push the envelope, keep trying to push the pressure on DG,
Right.
and DG was trying to not fold over all that
Right.
pressure. And it's just right now we're thinking that maybe DG should change their pick ban a bit, just to see maybe they have another team come up their sleeve.
Yeah, every time that I see lineups that comes up with the Darius, I'm really scared of what's gonna happen, just because the late game is what you're not gonna be looking at. Because Darius is a very early game to mid game champion. But right now, looking at this, Renekton and Riven on the top side, this is what I want to see.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this because Renekton, for me, he's the baseline Baron laner or top laner. He's
Right.
like, if
Right.
if you can go toe to toe against Renekton, you're a viable top laner. And right now, going against Riven, one of the more flashier champions that we have in Wild Rift, it's gonna be super exciting to see these two match up.
Whew, and again, they really go for that Thresh. Braum, even though that his name Braum, is always going for the Thresh, and that is really interesting to see because his Thresh, his death sentences were really death sentences whenever that
Yeah.
hits. That was really scary to see, and right now he's still holding on to that just because the Lucian was out of the way. What do you think about the Kaisa here, Crazy Apple? I really have a very love-hate relationship when it comes to the Kaisa.
I think for the purposes of their composition, which it looks like they're rounding out with a lot more engaged potential. If they do lock
Right.
in that Pantheon, already have that Renekton, Kaisa can join these fights very easily along with that dead sentence of the Thresh just because of her ultimate. So she's a very flexible AD carry or marksman. I believe that she fits in a lot of team comps. It's just that she doesn't excel in
Right.
a lot of things that you're looking for a marksman, like DPS wise. She's not the best,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
she serves a good purpose in trying to keep on pushing the tempo of a match, especially if you're already ahead. And I think that's BRU's win condition right there.
Yeah, and all I can see with the Kaisa is because in Wild Rift, the itemization of a Kaisa is really awkward because you need to get the BF Sword, Execol, and Vampiric Scepter, right?
Yeah.
That's basically the point where the other ADC already has one item. And that's where you have the disadvantage against him, especially that is a Lucian in the bot side. This is going to be a hard matchup, even though they have the Thresh onto Braum again. But looking at the other side, DG Esports, we're seeing a Darius again. We've seen them perform well. Mystic performed really well with this Darius. It's just because that most of the time, BRU were the ones who were really pushing it. Even though that they're getting a trade for the kill, it just really looked like BRU was the one who was on the driver's seat during that game.
Yeah, and it as we mentioned, BRU was always on the gas, like keep pushing the momentum against DG, and that kind of pressure, especially in game one, really puts a lot on the team, and it shows how they're gonna fold, what they're gonna do in terms of adjustments. And it looks like DG has done some adjustments on that part. Yeah, we do see the Darius again being picked by DG, but they have supplemented it with a lot more damage. They have picked the Riven, they have picked the Diana, they do have the Lucian on their side right now. Let's see how these fights are gonna go later on.
Yeah, I know. Looking at this, right? Because most of the time, the Darius Renekton matchup in the top side, we all know they're both gonna be just fighting it out in the early game. They're just gonna be whoever wins this at least once is gonna be snowballing the lane for
Yeah.
sure. So they need to be careful. Look at that. The Ruthless Predator on the top side just deals so much damage, but Cut Monkey is still putting out the pressure here.
Yeah, and again, both of these laners right here, the Darius and the Renekton, are strong early on, and they really bully a lot of their lane matchup. So it really comes to mechanics and the knowledge of the matchup, how you're gonna get those small advantages and probably snowball for a lead from there. And the play just missing here in the bot side.
Yeah, no. Again, with this, the tempo is just really slow just because we have Vivi on the Riven. But if later on Shibas, I think I'm going to be seeing a really early gank from Shibas because looking at that on the top side of the map already, he's already pushed into that brush on the top side.
Yeah, he's looking for Mystic right here. If Mystic does push up a bit, would he be going for that stun?
Oh no, there you go. There's the stun coming in, the Ruthless Predator to follow up, and Mystic was able to get the the point right there. He was able to get the heal, but not enough to be able to survive.
Yeah, but Vivi answering right here in the mid lane. Oh!
Oh, wow. The satchel charge perfectly timed with the knock up there from Vivi, but not enough to be able to save. I mean, to be able to get the lockdown against Archeni.
Yeah, and I thought he's gonna stop the jump right there. It looks like as
Yeah.
well Shibas is answering Vivi, trying to go for that mid lane, trying to support his mid laner right now. But looks like there might be a fight here in the Herald. Sorry,
Yeah.
the Scuttler.
Yeah, and again, with this, they know. I think Vivi knows that Pantheon really has the early game advantage. That's why he's really respecting the damage at this point in the game. But again, this is just how the Pantheon works. They get the early game, snowball it, help your laners out. But again, they had the insurance in the late game. Was able to hit the death sentence to the bot side though. But right now, they have Zhongli as an ADC, so most likely they're not going to be going for this fight.
Yeah, and both of these supports right now just trading a bit here in the bot side of the map. The bubble does hit on Zhongli, while the death sentence does hit on Damsky. And right now, it's just some love taps here in the top side. But since we're not seeing as much action in game one, we can talk a bit about the rotations.
And Skyfall was able to hit, though Mystic's now going to be the target. The Ruthless Predator was able to get the Sun called the Meek would be able to get the kill. Almost falling down. That Ignite was ticking right there.
Yeah, and I was just about to say we were not having as much action, and Shibas goes again for a repeat gank in the top side.
Man.
Again, gives the kill to that Renekton, and you can see here the lead that is being built up on the side for BRU in the top side. Almost 1,500k gold lead.
Oh, that's almost an item. I mean, half an item out of the way for Buriram United. Again, Cut Monkey getting the advantage there. Not really the what you want to happen for Mystic here. Because Darius, if he loses the game, basically the game is going to be hard here on for him.
Yeah, and Darius is one of those champions that really rely on at least having an even early game to be able to transition into being a tank. But if he's
Right.
behind, he doesn't have the damage, he doesn't have the tankiness.
Doesn't have
to be-
anything.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything at that point. And if you can see the item first bought by Cat Monkey right here, he has bought the Blade of the Ruined King.
Oh,
It really shows that
right.
he wants to keep on forcing more of these fights against this Darius.
Yeah, man, most likely for this, it's just gonna be hard here on for Mystic at the top side. But looking at their junglers, their rotation is, you know that they respect the damage, right? But looking at Cut Monkey, he's just going here. Vivi is even going to the top side. I think he can go for a 1v2. But looking at that, he doesn't even respect the turret. He's now ticking. Mystic is going to fall down. 1 HP. Almost getting the death there, but Vivi is here onto the backside. Oh no, this is going to be the punishment for this man. The Ruthless Predator is going to come in. Was able to do the damage to call the big. Almost getting the kill. Vivi is going to fall down. What a killing spree for Cat Monkey. Mystic doesn't have the flash. And now a 3-0 for the top laner, Cat Monkey. What a monster.
What a monster right there. And you don't want to see that. You don't want to see, if you're a DG fan right now, for Renekton to just 2v1 the top side of the map, and Cat Monkey really that tick over there. And might be a gank here in the bot lane.
Okay, the bot lane would be able to go for the jump there. Shibas is not going to fall down, but Zhongli was able to get the kill though. Even though that they know that they have the advantage there, they really went in for it. This is basically a play style for Buriram United.
Yeah, and it feels like DG is a bit slower on the plays in this game too, and trying to force the issue right here from Platypus. But Cat Monkey again the top side.
Okay, there's not a 5 stacks on the head though. Cat Monkey is gonna fall down. That is a big shutdown gold for Mystic. So at least he was able to get it. Now they don't have control over the Rift Herald on the top side.
Yeah, they don't have control over the top side. It looks like DG is looking to get this Herald. But based on what we've seen in Game 1, Buriram really also wants to get this objective. They have fought over that earlier on when they were at the gold deficit. Right now, they are ahead, and they might be trying to secure this objective because they really love to keep on pushing the tempo, to keep pressuring the other team.
Yeah, I think DG needs to find the tempo break here against the members of Buriram United, because right now it's just that, again, they're on the driver's seat, they're the ones sailing the ship, and now, okay, that is just so much damage coming in from Cat Monkey, and he's even forcing the issue here. Look at this. They need to invest a lot of resources to Cat Monkey if they want to get a kill on him, right? So that just gives a lot of space for the other players from the side of Buriram United.
And that's just disgusting damage coming from Cat Monkey right there, deleting the Lucian, even threatening 3 more players from DG. And this Herald is just having a field day here in the mid lane, taking down the first tier turret.
Oh my god, they got all the turrets on their side. Buriram United gets the advantage here. They have taken over the map at this point in the game, though. 60 gold lead. DG needs to find a way to break this tempo that Buriram United is building. Because right now, the death sentence was able to hit again, and now I think that is going to be the death sentence for that ADC. And again, Chalice falling down without the ADC on the top side. Another pressure being put down by Buriram United.
Can I just say Brom's IGN right now feels more like a bait. He looks to be a Thresh main right here, hitting all these key death sentences. And again, Cat Monkey just being a very big nuisance. He's so ahead that he is attracting more than one player on his side of the map, which allows his team to just go to the mid lane and the tops and the Baron side of the map. Just keep taking these objectives, keep chipping down these towers, and eventually BRU will take the win just because of the snowball that they're starting at this point of the game.
Yeah, they're even scared of pushing out of the way just because Cat Monkey is level 10. They were able to get the towers. Now the tower pressure is just here. They don't have any vision at any part of the map. And this is looking really scary for DG Esports. They're slowly losing life here. They need to find a way because the Grand Skyfall in the bot lane was able to hit. And that's so much damage from both of these players. Buriram United is just taking them down one by one.
Yeah, and Buriram, it feels like they're just taking out TG. The TG feels like they're all over the place. And even here in the top side of the map, there's 3 of them. And they're being pushed out mostly by Thresh, by Brom here.
Oh, they were able to push back again. Mystic, they don't have a lot of gold to work with. That's an 9k gold lead for the side of Buriram United. And they're really pushing for more. They want more of that gold. And they're just shoveling down DG right now. And now looking at this, Infernal Drake is going to come up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, Infernal Drake is going to come up in 20 seconds. And I'm not sure if DG would try to fight for this one. They are almost 10k down. Another death sentence right here.
No, he was able to hit it again. And there comes the Killer Instinct. They have a lot of confidence when it comes to Death and Moonfall. Was able to hit out the Zhongli. Okay, was able to get the Lantern, but not enough to be able to survive because Vivi flashed in. And look at this, the damage coming in from Shebas. Was able to get onto Chalice, though he flashed in more to be the distraction that he needs to be. He's buying a lot of time, though. He might be able to rotate. Oh no, Vivi was able to get the shutdown goals. Basically what they needed here. But they were able to trade out the tower in the bot lane. That's a lot just for 2 kills for Buriram United.
Yeah, and I thought Buriram right there were caught a bit by DG. They did it. It felt like that fight. That fight started 2v4. It was only 2 members from Buriram United right there. For DG, there's 4 of them, and eventually the reinforcements came in. And DG did get some gold, but yet just 2 kills with losing your bot lane inhibitor turret. That's not a good trade.
Whew, that is very, very bad. They lost 3 members, right? And they lost another turret, and that's a tier 3 turret that you don't really want to lose. Because if you lose that, you don't have any more pressure in the bot lane. They're going to be easily taking those Drakes every time now and forever for this team. DG Esports, they need to find a way to answer back. But right now, they don't have the tools for it. Because they don't have any advantage. Cat Monkey is just putting a lot of pressure against them. The Moonfall is lost out of the way. They don't have anything to work with anymore. The Grand Skyfall, look at this. The backline is going to be the target. Platypus, oh no, Stasis was used, but he's going to fall down. 4v5, not a fight that you want to go in. Mega Inferno Bomb was able to take him down out of the way. Now it's going to be DG Esports answering back. Mystic is in front of everyone, but not going to be able to get the kill though. I thought that was it. That was the shining light for DG, but they lost their light. Mystic is down for the count, and Buriram United Esports 5-man strong, looking at the Baron, or maybe looking at the turrets here.
Yeah, they might be just looking at the turrets, or maybe they're going for the Baron. At this point, it's 13-3 in kills. It's 14,000 gold lead for BRU, and BRU looks to be in the clear driving seat to be able to take this series against DG.
Ooh, look at that. 12k gold. Very, very casual for Cat Monkey here. So he has 12k gold. Almost better than half of everyone from DG. Yes. So that is very scary. They have the referral right now. Man, it's still 10 minutes in the game. And we have a man with 13k gold on his hands. So this is going to be real hard. Look at that. At least they were able to get the apprehend here. That sentence is going to come in. Cat Monkey was hit by that bubble, but at least now they're just going to be losing 1 member. They got one. The Mega Inferno Bomb was able to hit, and no, that is so much damage also coming in from Shivas. But Vivi, he has another plan in mind though. He will be able to get the kill, but never mind, because Cat Monkey, the monster, is here in front of everyone, just tanking, face tanking every damage that he can, though. So I think at least now, top tower is also down for the count. The inhibited turret is down again, and Buriram United is looking for mid.
Yeah, and Birmingham United might just take this mid lane right here. They that do have that Ziggs, that Satchel will just immediately destroy that third and 3 inhibitor turrets down.
Okay, the Moonfall was able to hit onto one, but they don't have enough damage at this point in the game. It's just that they were able to take a lot of things down. Apprehend was able to hit onto Cat Monkey. The Aqua Prison is now the turning point. They were able to get the shutdown gold on the biggest man on the side of Brilliant United. So now DG, oh no, this might be a lifeline. At least they bought some time, but still, that's a big gold lead, Crazy Apple.
That is a big gold lead for BRU. And yeah, that might be a bit of breathing room, but that's like, what, 20 seconds of breathing room for DG right here.
Nice.
There's still a lot more work to be done if they want to try and take this game to away from BRU. But with this gold lead, it is more than 15,000 at this point in favor of BRU. BRU still has full control of the map. They have all their turrets up. They already have 2 Drakes. They also have control over the jungle. If you look at the vision coverage of DG, there's nothing right there. It's all in favor of BRU. And right now, BRU is still trying to push the tempo. Shiba's looking if he can get a gap right here.
Ooh, they want to go for more. But again, everyone, background, Cat Monkey is a sub player from the side of Buriram United. But looking at this, he might as well be one of the main players because he's performing so well right now. But again, I think this is gonna be the last fight. They're gonna go in. They were able to get the death sentence. They were forcing out of the way. That is gonna be the tidal wave of the century. Mega Inferno Bomb onto the backside. But look at this. This is gonna be the target. Vivi is left alone with no one to defend him. He's gonna fall down. He's trying to do some damage, almost gonna be able to get that. But again, a 4v5 now, dancing around the turrets, dancing around the base. The Nexus is ticking. This is the time for them to turn things around. But again, this is so a lot of work for the side of BRU. They were able to take them all down, and that's gonna be the game. Buriram United Esports taking the last game, and that was a 2-0 on this best of 3 series against them.
Yeah, and BRU moving to the next part of our tournament, moving to the next part for the winners bracket. Well, DG, they will be moving to the losers bracket. It will be a sudden death losers bracket, only a best of 1 right there in the lower bracket. So yeah, this team is still not out. They can still make a run for it, but seeing the performance of BRU right here, just I want to commend the aggression. It was unrelenting. Every player was just going forward, doing the skill checks against DG, and just Brum on that Thresh. I feel like when we see any team going against BRU, they might have to consider banning this champion against him.
Please ban the Thresh against Brom, because you don't need to ban the Brom, just ban the Thresh against Brom, because he's just so good at hitting those death centers. But again, everyone, we have a giveaway. Don't forget about the giveaway, because you're going to be winning NFTs and SAS tokens from Smash Shane. Share the live stream on Twitter or Facebook with the hashtag SGH Network, and guessing who will be the conquerors of this tournament. Include your Trovo username and make sure it's following the SGH Network. But again, I think Crazy Apple has some message from our sponsors.
Yeah, from our sponsors right here. Let me just put them up. From our sponsors, yeah. So thank you to our sponsors, SGH Network. SGH Network is a tournament hosting network as well as a content network where we feature the best and most flashy players in the Call of Duty Mobile and League of Legends Wild Rift scenes on a large-scale online event such as this one. And also thank you to Smash Chain. Smash Chain is an upcoming creation of the world's most valuable catalog of rare, non-fungible assets through partnerships with acclaimed artists, creators, and distinguished personalities from every industry. Smash Chain aims to become the first of its kind project dedicated to the advancement of all kinds of NFT technologies, use cases, and creators.
And yeah, everyone, that was our sponsors, and that was our game. I mean, match 1 of the day. We have more matches incoming, and again, we have been your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a short break. And welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Wild Rift Legends, organized by Kaisaya and SGH Network, with everyone again fighting for a prize of 1,000 US dollars. This is going to be the second match of the day. It's between Fennel Adversity versus Sem9 from Malaysia. And again, we're going to be shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple.
Yeah, and this game is going to be very exciting for the both of us because for Fennel Adversity, it's a team that we very well know because they come from our region. They come from the Philippines. They are a Japanese organization, but a lot of their players are from the Philippines. While for S9, which is going to be the other team that they're going to be going against, Sem9 is a Malaysian organization, and a lot of their players are a bit more are kind of familiar to us as well. They have been playing in the Icon series. They have been playing in Wild Rift, but even more, they are veterans already in the League of Legends scene because they have been playing in the Garena part of the League of Legends PC for Malaysia. They have represented their region, and right now we are seeing them again here, and it's just so exciting.
Yeah, very familiar names, right? Zoraveki, R-Hedge, they have been here for the longest time. And again, we're seeing him first picking a Senna on the side of Fennel Adversity. So they have a bit of a plan here. You know what they're going for. They want to go for a Senna, that is the starving Senna setup for sure. But again, because of that, Sem9 was able to get a hold of two strong champions, two very solid champions in the lineup. Look at that, a Riven and a Galio.
Yeah, immediately picking up that Riven and a Galio, which is also a very good combo. Riven can just go in and be supported alongside that Galio, providing a lot more CC as well in any fights that they're going to go against. But on the other hand, for Fennel Adversity, they did answer back with a Jarvan and a Gragas, also two champions that are also going to be very strong in these tight corridors, in these team fights, and going to be supported with that Senna as well. It feels like both teams right now really just answering each other's picks.
Yeah, honestly, what's scary about this Crazy Apple is that most of the time when you're going for a Gragas and a Jarvan, you don't really have info on where this champions are gonna go. Because they can flex on mid, jungle, and top lane for sure, and even support for the Gragas. That's why it doesn't give a lot of info. But right now, that seals the deal. We have a Graves on the jungle. We have a support Gragas, most likely gonna be the one farming up in the bot side. But on the side of Sem9, a Lucian Nami, very classic setup. You know how much the damage is gonna come through on the side of Sem9.
Yeah, and we're gonna see right here their bot lane is gonna be a strong bot lane as well with the Lucian Nami, this classic combination. And right now they're probably they looks like they are locking in their jungler on that Lee Sin. Galio will most probably be in that mid lane. Both teams just finishing out their composition. So just talking a bit about what are the changes right here for 2.6, because we're seeing some of these champions being picked that were adjusted, have some changes for in this current patch that we're playing in. For Senna, they buffed her a bit with her ultimate, increasing the missile speed, so that means her ultimate will proc a lot faster upon casting, which is a good quality of life buff as well. If you're thinking about the whole map state, she will be able to provide that support on the other end of the map a lot earlier. On the other hand, Graves was nerfed a bit, but overall it doesn't feel like it was a big enough nerf to take him out of one of their stronger picks, especially as we've seen in Horizon Cup that he was one of the more dominant picks right there. And right now we're seeing that he is on the hands of Fennel Adversity. And right now we are getting into the game for both teams. We're just to see right here where they're going to start off. It feels like they're going to go for a more default setup.
Yeah, what I like about Graves, honestly, is because he can basically 1v1 almost any of the jungles that we have right now that are in the meta. For example, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, or everything that is there right now in the meta. It's really easy for a Graves to just scale up. He's basically a second ADC and insurance for the late game. But with this, looking at the aggression in the bot lane, this is basically telegraph, right? That they're going to be very aggressive in the bot lane just because they have the Senna in their lineup.
Yeah, and it is very telegraphed that where these champs are gonna go, and right now the compositions as well feel a bit different from what we've seen in the first game as well. And right now there's gonna be a fight here. It looks like both the Galio and the Diana just doing a bit more love taps, getting at level 2, trying to get to know each other there in the mid lane. But yeah, going back to the team compositions, here it feels a lot more calculated, especially for Fennel Adversity side. We were talking a lot about damage outputs from each team, and Fennel Adversity, they don't really have a traditional marksman, but Senna, when she gets going and she gets to that late team, she's gonna deal a lot of damage.
Ooh, yeah. And I'm waiting for the damage to come through for the side of Final Adversity later on because they have a lot of those in the late game. Because looking at the team composition, the damage came through, the hold came through, and that's gonna be the first kill, a first blood from the side of Final Adversity. What an aggressive play right there in the bottom side.
Yeah, and we weren't able to see the whole fight happening, but it started all out with that snare hitting from Final Adversity's Senna, and then the Gragas just coming from the bushes. He was there going with a body slam flash, immediately going for the damage on Sem9 right there, and they were able to pick up that first blood.
Yeah, and looking at how aggressive this bot lane is. Oh, mid lane though, Chili. Now half an HP. Basically, on the mid lane, you're expecting a lot of CC from both of these champions, right? Because they have the Moonfall, they have the Hero's Entrance. Most likely going to be the late game insurance when it comes to the CC. But right now, on the top side though, top is not going to be able to hit the flag and drag, forcing the flash out of the way for our hedge.
Yeah, forcing the flash right there with a very good gank setup from Final Adversity, immediately recognizing that the Riven is pushed up in the lane, trying to at least alleviate that pressure, giving the Jarvan that early back. He is also running the Aerie, which is more of a poking tool right now here in the top side.
He just wants a respect, but looking at that, our hedge, oh no, was able to get the turnaround against them. That is a 1-for-1 the top side, not what was expected from them. But like what you said a while ago, the Aerie there, I think that is really just a support tool. They want top to be the supportive tank for the team. But looking at this, Ozorabeki, was able to get the Dragon's Rage now. Ozorabeki, 1 HP. Not going to be falling down there.
Yeah, good trade right there from Ozorabeki. It felt like our hedge was really waiting for his jungler to go up there so that they could prevent that dive. Unfortunately, it wasn't there. But there's another fight there in the bot lane.
Yeah, the explosive cast was able to push out Sagi, and that was a very awkward position there on. And now, looking at this, mid is also going into the bot side. I think we could go and put some pressure though, but at least they're going to be able to take this play thing is in the bot side. Yeah,
and just going back a bit to the top side of the map. Earlier, it felt like, Ozorabeki was there to be able to get that kill, but overall, it was in the advantage for Final Adversity because our hedge did miss out that huge minion wave in the top side.
Right, that is a very, very big minion wave that he lost, and you don't really want to be losing on that because you don't want top lane to be a dead lane. Most likely, I think our hedge is the one going to be able to put a lot of pressure here because he's the one that is being forced to do something in the late game, so he needs to farm up a lot until he can. But right now, he's still on the driver's seat because we all know the Jarvan in top side, all he wants to do is wait for the clashes to happen. And I think in 5 seconds, we're going to be seeing that.
Yeah, in 5 seconds. And just about here, we do see 2 objectives coming up. The Herald right here, right on cue. Sem9 already starting that out, but Jarvan does spot it out. Let's see Final Adversity. Oh, yeah, looks like Final Adversity will be trading those objectives.
Yeah, they're shaking hands, signing the contract. Yeah, we're going to be taking this Drake. You'll take the Rep Herald. But the problem here is, because they took the first Ref Herald, they have the pressure on the top side. Looking at the rotation from Final Adversity right now, they want to trade it out with something else. Because for sure, their top side is going to fall down, and they're not going to be taking any part of that top side, most likely until the second tier threat, because nobody is rotating there.
Yeah, nobody is rotating. Again, it's another negotiating tactic. It's about shaking hands. We're going to get these towers for free. It looks like, they took top side and bot side.
Yeah, they didn't put the Ref Herald. I thought they're going to be taking that second tier turret after pushing that tower down. But because the timing was not right for them, it's just that they wanted to respect the recalls from the side of Final Adversity.
Yeah, and it's more of a conscious play right there from Sem9. Just trying to, we can still make use of this. Might have a better use for this Herald earlier. But I just want to talk a bit more before we go to that point. There might be a fight here in the mid lane, but it looks like just some love taps happening between the Gragas and the Lucian right there. Looks like our hedge right here trying to take the turret. Just talking a bit about the compositions of both teams. It felt like that was an overall that trade right there in the towers was an overall advantage for Sem9 because they do have that Riven that we really also need to get to a point to deal a lot of damage against FLA.
Oh, the Aqua Prison was able to hit though. The Moonfall onto the top side, was able to hit on 2. And they are forced to back away. They are forced to flash out of the way from the side of FLA. And now they're chasing them down. Now Zoraveki, if he hits this, oh, the Sonic Wave was able to connect. And now that is going to be the kill first on their side. And they're being chasing down Chili. He's very, very tanky though. But at least on the backside was able to get it. And the double kill came in already on Zoraveki with the Hero's Entrance. Going to be able to get 3. That's very big for the side of Sem9. And now they're going to be turning this around. But at least they were able to get a 3-4-1 right now in favor of Sem9.
Yeah, and a 3-4-1 in favor of Sem9 right there. That was a very good fight that they set up. They were able to immediately catch out FLA on the transition from the top side going to the mid lane, was able to capitalize on that with a 3-4-1. They were behind on gold before. They were much more behind on gold before that, about almost 2 to 3K. And right now they close that gold lead. It's only 1,000 for FLA.
Yeah, they closed the gap very, very fast just because of that last fight. It was because there's not a lot of members from Fennel Adversity on that position. That's why Sem9 went in for that. They just pulled the trigger because they know they would be able to get the damage. And now, with this, the Rift Herald is in the mid lane. That's going to be forcing a lot of members from Fennel to rotate.
Yeah, and this one of those heads up plays is a really right now though.
Wow.
A pick.
Wow, that insect was so good from Zoraveki. He was able to take down support. And now, that's going to be the pressure in the mid lane. Everybody's here. They're forcing their reaction. Fennel Adversity is a very proactive team, as I've known. But now, they're being forced to be reactive on how Sem9 plays.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, FLA is a very proactive team. We saw that earlier. They were trying to force these fights, especially in the top side of the map, with the ganks coming from their graves on their Jarvan, trying to give him that advantage. But really, it all started from that early Rift Herald take. They took the Riven away from that short lane against that Jarvan, allowing them to be able to utilize their mobility. If you look at the composition right now for M9, a lot of their champions have a lot of mobility with that Riven, with that Lee Sin, also the Galio having his own dash, and also that ultimate. It really allows them to take these sudden, quick skirmishes and to be able to overwhelm Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, that is really what they want to do here, because they know they have the Galio, they have the Lee Sin, they have the pressure. They can go for pushes whenever they want to because they have the global pressure from Chile. So they're just using Ozora Veki at the right place. The Dragon's Rage wasn't able to connect right where he wanted to, but the Hero's Entrance is there to save his life, but now he fell down. This is a 4v5. This is a chance for FLA to be going in. That is going to be Chile, going to be the target. He's going to fall down, double kill already. And that is a 2-4-0 in favor of Fennel Adversity, canceling down the advantage from Sem9 a while ago.
Canceling the advantage indeed. And Fennel Adversity, they all recognize, hey, Sem9, they're trying to pick us out one-on-one. They're trying to get these small advantages, 3v4s, 2v3s, but FLA will not allow that. They all balled up into a 5-man unit, which is the strength, the core strength of their composition with this Senna right here. And they were able to take Sem9, they were able to take a kill, and they were able to take that Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think Ozora Veki was going for a Flash Dragon's Rage there, but the timing wasn't really that perfect. That's why he made the mistake of pushing back the player. But right now, S9, they're taking the tower in the mid lane without any FLA was able to take down the tower without any contest, and for sure, I think they're going to be taking this Cloud Drake also.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take this Cloud Drake. Sagi already noticing that, they're going to go for this Cloud Drake. Let me just take this turret right here. And the second Drake of the game does go in favor of FLA.
Yeah, they backed away. They really respected the damage of FLA at this point in the game, because look at this. ADC is very scary at this point. He has this almost one item already. We all know the damage is going to come through from that, and also the Solari. So that is a very big item pickup for them. Now he has the Black Cleaver. This is going to be very scary, and Jungle already has 2. So now they have 2 items on their quote-unquote core, or rather, should I say, carry on their side. That is going to be really hard for Sem9.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot harder the game goes on, because FLA's composition is really good at these big team fights, and the longer the game goes, a lot of these objectives are going to be more and more important, specifically the Baron and the Dragon later on, where FLA already has 3, but looks like FLA mid going in.
They forced the issue. They were able to get the kill. And as we said a while ago, that's so much damage coming from FLA at this point in the game, because they have a lot to work with there. They only have 1 tank. It's just top. But again, Top is going to be the target here. It's going to take a long time for them to kill Top. He can get away very fast from this. So Sem9, now they're the ones being forced to react on what FLA is going to push down. So this is really the comfort zone of them. And that was perfect timing from the explosive cast. Look at this. The disruption in the black line. They're not going to be able to put out a lot of damage because they won't be able to get that. That's a shield. And here comes Jungle. He's going to go in. He flash in. He's going to force a lot of the members out of the way. There you go. The calling is going to be damaging Jungle. Now he's going to fall down. That is so much coming in from their side. This is going to be FLA taking them out. And that is going to be the kill. Look at that ADC. So much range already at this point in the game.
Yeah, so much range right there. That was indeed a very beautiful explosive cast coming from FLA's support. He was able to pick off Ozraveki starting off that fight immediately on a 4v5 in favor of FLA. And SM9's team wasn't there. They were all across the map pushing waves because FLA was able to push these waves a lot earlier, which allowed that immediate man advantage on FLA's side, eventually getting those 2 kills. And right now they have extended that gold lead to about 7,000.
Yeah, as much as I like Illusion pick, honestly, when it comes down to range, it's gonna be hard to fight against a lot of these members. Yes, Lucian is very, very mobile. He can fight around even against bruisers, but right now, they're having a hard time. Sagi is having a hard time dancing around because everyone is dashing towards him. That's why he can't back away.
Yeah, and the core composition for Sem9 is really to get some of their laners ahead, specifically the Riven and the Lee Sin, to be able to just run across the map and get these picks. But the thing is, FLA has neutralized that with a lot of their movements as well. They were able, especially the pick in the top side brush, they were able to smell out, hey, there might be a gank happening right here. It looks like there's another fight here in the mid lane.
Another explosive cast was able to hit onto them. FNL Adversity are just a monster on this rotations. On the top side, look at that. Top is going to be the target. The Dragon Station was able to pull him back out of the way. The Cataclysm was able to hit, and now Zoraveki. Oh no! Almost getting the kill there. That is going to be the shield. FLA almost takes that, but because of that, they lost 1 tower already. Maybe taking the bottom inhibitor turret right here. Oh no trades whatsoever from the side of Sem9. FLA are just taking over the map. They're going to be taking this inhibitor turret, but they're taking a long time. 1 HP. Stasis has been popped. Now Zoraveki has a chance to push him back out of the way. Moonfall is going to be used, but not enough damage to go out. And now at least, what was that? Mid was able to survive for the longest time. The Hero's Entrance is here. Everybody is a 3v3. Still possible for them to win. Jungle is going to be backing out of the way. Look at that sheer range coming in from ADC. Now the target's going to be shifted towards Shilly. The crosshair placement from this player is so good. They know who to target every fight.
Yeah, and that was a very long, protracted fight right there because Sem9 just came in one by one, and FLA just kept going there. Hey, come here, we can take you, we can take all of you. Specifically, the Diana right there. She was down for the count at the start of that fight, but she was able to use that stasis, was able to go in, prop her shield, even had that barrier on, and was able to just extend that fight for longer for FLA to be able to just chip down the members of Sem9.
Yeah, here's the problem here, right? Because they have the Lucian going for the itemization, the Black Cleaver to the Blade of the Ruined King, right? It's good against the team composition of FLA. It takes a long time for them to get the kills, but right now, it's not working in their favor because right now, they don't have a lot of DPS to work with. Because our hedge isn't really above and beyond. He only has the Black Cleaver. He only has the Death Dance. Not enough damage to take off the backline. But there's no backline to take out anyway. Basically, at this point, everybody is so tanky at the side of FLA.
Yeah, and it's the build path for Senna as well. The usual build path for Senna is pretty tanky. She feels more like a bruiser rather than a marksman. When you face her, she has the Grasp of the Undying right now. She also has the Black Cleaver. So it's a lot of these health stacking, and she provides a healing and shields. She's just a very tanky member at this point.
Yeah, they're basically playing around this. Oh, the Zoraveki wasn't able to get that. The Hero Sentence would be able to get onto top. But now, it's a 4v5. But they have the Moonfall still. Here comes the Moonfall. Hits 3 members onto the back line. And now that's going to be the cleanup crew coming in for their favor. And now that's going to be a 4v2. A 3-for-1. Just with that Moonfall coming in from Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and that might be the game right here for Fennel Adversity. Are just gonna get a lot more turrets at this point. They really won that fight with the 3-4-1 in exchange. They don't have their top laner right now, so I'm not sure if they can easily get this Baron. There's still 2 members. They still have Ozaveki on the side of Sem9. There's still the chance for that steal. Let's see right here if Ozaveki can get that.
Yeah, but ADC is here, just bodying the bodyguard of the team right now. Ozoroveki is now super low in HP. He needs to try and take this, but the turnaround came in. Ozoroveki is gonna fall down now. That is gonna be an easy Baron for the side of Fennel Adversity. And Sem9, 15k gold lead. They need a miracle to win this.
Yeah, they do need a miracle at this point. Their composition is not built for these late game team fights. They were built for these mid game skirmishes, and Penal Adversity was just able to keep countering the punches from Sem9, and it looks like they are, well, Fennel Adversity is on the road to be able to take game one of this series.
Oh, wow. They are just so good at those rotations. Yes, they were forced to be reactive a while ago, but now they're the ones on the driver's seat. They're the ones at the helm of the ship, and they can't even try something different here for the side of Sem9. They don't have any damage to work with anymore because, Ozoroveki has fell short already. Sagi is not going to be dealing a lot of damage in the late game because we all know it's illusion. So, Penal Adversity has a lot of ways to turn this around, but our hedge is on the backside of the hero's entrance. Would he be able to get the catch on the members? Yeah, he was able to, but nobody is falling yet. It's not really good for the side of them, and now Sem9 is being forced to back away. They weren't able to get the kill. Yeah, support is down, but 3 members are traded for him. They tried their best. They tried their everything that they can in order for them to get the win there, but it's just so much advantage for Fennel Adversity that Sem9 would not be able to get anything.
Yeah, and looks like right here, Fennel Adversity will be closing out this game. They will take game one of this series against Sem9, and that was just a beautiful game right there from Fennel Adversity. That last fight just showed the gold lead of Fennel Adversity. Even though that was a very beautiful flank coming from our hedge, that was very well executed from them. It felt like it was a bit too little, too late at that point. They didn't have enough damage. I was focused right there on our hedge, looking how much damage he was dealing, and it took him so long to be able to take down that Gragas, who didn't even have tank items. He had all damage items on his belt, and it took him so long. So that's why it felt like, it's just really the wallets right there of FLA being able to take down Sem9.
Yeah, it's because he was forced to go for the items here. Look at this. He went in for the Black Cleaver. He went in for the Death Stance, right? Most of the time, people go for Solari Charge Blade for them to be able to deal a lot of damage, right? But because of the reason why is because Top is so tanky, he won't be able to last a long fight. That's why he was forced to go for these items. And that was so hard for them because he's the only one that is expected to do a lot of damage at this point in the game. But FLA, they're so tanky. Nobody is falling down. Everybody's a bruiser. And it was so hard for Sem9 there on.
Yeah, and it's just a beautiful game from Fennel Adversity. Again, we like to talk about victory conditions, objectives of these of each team composition and each team, and it is just FLA immediately recognizing what their victory condition is and what the enemy's victory condition was, and they were able to counter each punch coming out from Sem9. Sem9 was at the start of the game felt like they were doing a lot of things right. They were able to take some kills early on. Ozoroveki was able to at least equalize the top side with that kill against the Graves, jumping him in the turret. But I felt the turning point right there was the ward inside that bush and being able to rat out our hedge and Ozoroveki in that bush. FLE was able to just build the momentum from there and eventually take the win.
Yeah, it's basically what you want. The win condition for S9 a while ago was that at 10 minutes, they need to have a big goal lead against the members of FLA. But it turned around at one point where it was equal on kills, equal on gold on both sides. That is basically what FLA wants. They don't want the goal lead to get a lot in the favor of Sem9 during the early parts of the game, where I thought that Sem9 was the one holding the helm, holding the driver's seat. But in the end there, it was just very equal for both of the side, and that is not really what they wanted to happen there. And that really worked in favor of FLA right now. But again, everyone, before we go on a giveaway, we have a giveaway right now. Win NFTs and SAS tokens from Smash Chain. Share the live stream on Twitter or Facebook and put the hashtag SGH Network, and guess who will be the champion of this tournament, because we're going to be announcing the champion is basically on December 19, right? But again, include your Trovo username and make sure it's following SGH Network for you to be able to get the win there. And again, big shout outs to our sponsor SGH Network and Smash Chain. If Smash Chain is an upcoming curation of the world's most valuable catalog of rare non-fungible assets through partnerships with acclaimed artists, creators, and distinguished personalities from every industry. Smash Chain aims to become the first of its kind project dedicated to the advancement of all kinds NFT technologies, use cases, and creators. And I think that is gonna be our game for today. We're just gonna be taking a short break, everyone. We have been your shoutcasters. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit. Now, welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Wild Rift Legends. And again, this is going to be the fight between Fennel Adversity and S9, Sem9. And we're going to be shoutcaster for today. Again, I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. Walk me through that game one, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, for game one between Sem9 and FLA, it just really felt like a clash of two styles. FLA's composition was a lot more traditional, tanky. They did not have that flashy AD carry on that Senna, but it was enough for them to be able to throw that damage against the composition for Sem9. On the other hand, though, for Sem9, it was really this composition that wanted these separated fights, these skirmishes, these 2v2s, 3v3s, to be able to pick off members from FLA. But FLA did not allow that. They were able to recognize win conditions immediately and was able to win game one off of that. And right now, we are heading into the pick and ban phase for game two. We'll see if there's any adjustments that these teams will be doing.
Yeah, looking at the bans already, they banned the Gragas, they banned the Lee Sin on this side, so they don't want the early game advantage. A while ago, Gragas was he was so good at using the explosive gas to push away the formation from the side of Sem9. That's why they weren't able to go for a front to back. And that's why FLA was able to get the advantage really easily. But now, Renekton is up. They were able to take it pretty fast.
Yeah, Renekton is up for Fennel Adversity. It will probably be the top laner going against Riven, but there are Riven and the Jarvan right now can be flexed. We have seen a Jarvan top earlier today being manned by FLA top. The Riven can also go jungle, so we'll wait and see later on where these champs are gonna go. But Ziggs is locked in on the side for Sem9, and on the other hand, for FLA they have locked in a Galio and a Fizz.
Ooh, a Fizz getting locked in when the Ziggs was locked. So like this, with the composition that they have right on the side of 7-9, you already know what they're going for. They want to protect the backline. They want to do some damage with the pokes from the Ziggs. And most likely, if ever, their ADC is going to be safe from harm every time. So Varus is going to be good here if they're really going for that poke composition. But they went in with a Diana instead. So what they want to do is for Ziggs to go in the bot lane, fight against the Fizz with a Diana so that they would be able to survive in the early game.
I like the adjustment from Sam9. It felt like they were looking at Ziggs to be a mid laner, but when they did see, as you mentioned, the Fizz was locked in for the side of Final Adversity, they flexed him to the bot side, to the Dragon lane alongside that Alistar to at least to have a more stable matchup against that Fizz with the Diana. And we do see the final lock in from the jungle of FLA. It is the Nunu, and this feels a lot like the composition that FLA was running. In game one, they have this melee assassin in the mid lane that can do a lot of damage. That can also have a lot of CC with their ultimates. But the difference between Fizz and Diana is Fizz has a lot more damage in his kit and less durability. But they still have the Senna. They still have a lot of tanks on their side. So it's just a bit of a slightly reskinned version of their game one. While on the other hand, though, for Sam9, it feels a slightly different look. They still have the Riven, but it's not as overall skirmishy as compared to their game one.
What I am really afraid of for this side of Sam9 is that they have a small margin of error when it comes to their lineup, right? They can go for a wombo combo because looking at that, they can go for it because they have the Cataclysm, they have everything on their side to go for a wombo combo. But most of the time, combos are hard to pull off. Right here, you need a very good baseline for your communication to be able to do that. But again, Final Adversity is more on the safe side. They want to go for picks. They really have this on their minds. They know what they want to do. But what's hard here is that mid is on a Fizz, right? But he only has one target. He only has Sagi to target in order for him to be able to do everything that he needs in the team composition, because Assassin wants to take out the backline, but with one only on the backline, he doesn't have a lot of choices.
I absolutely agree on that part. That's why I was kind of thinking about where this Fizz is gonna fit in. I feel like they might be more utilizing this Fizz later on a split push perspective. They might be going for these 1-3-1s later on if there is a more stable game environment. But as we've seen earlier, a lot of fights do happen between these teams. They do force a lot of fights, and this Fizz can be a sort of answer to a lot of skirmishes that could happen later on.
Yeah, and that is really what they want to do here. They want to move around during the fights, and if ever they need someone to go in, especially to combo with the hero sentence, that's going to be good. But I forgot to point that out. This is going to be the fights that they're going to go always. They have the ways to go for an engage, but they don't have ways for on the side of Final Adversity to be able to go and back away from the fights. What I like about the Nunu is that most of the time, Nunu just comes out whenever a Jarvan comes in, because he's a very, very basic counter against a Jarvan.
Yeah, and you just saw the fight as well earlier. There were both of the teams were trying to go for that Herald, but at the same time, there was a ward right there in the pixel brush, so Sam9 was able to see FLA, but there was a beautiful snare right there from the Senna being disabling 3 members from Sam9. They were not able to finish up that kill.
Yeah, and again, on the upside, our Hedge is going to be on the brink of the rage coming in from the side of Final Adversity. But now I think Jungle is now going to have a hard time here. He's losing his blue buff. So at least Sam9 was able to cancel out the pressure coming in from the jungle a while ago. A while ago, Jungle was really good with how he rotates around the map. But right now, Sam9 was able to cancel that tempo.
Yeah, and it just really goes to show here, like, adjustments that both teams are doing. They at least game one was still very fresh, but at the same time there's still a bit of analysis right there. Ooh. But a small gank here happened in the mid lane, very beautifully dodged right there from Final Adversity's mid lane.
Yeah, what do you really like about the Fizz is that most of the time Fizz is a safe lane. You don't need to invest a lot of resources onto him, so you can focus on other lanes if you want someone to gank. Right now, it's really interesting to see Crazy Apple that is a very slow game just because FLA is not pulling any triggers because they know that at this point, they shouldn't because they don't have any damage yet.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a tempo change for us as well. Like, the first 3 games that we have watched in this tournament has been very fast-paced. A lot of kills coming in back and forth earlier on. But 3 minutes in, we still don't have that first blood. We're just seeing a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these trades happening. Our Hedge right now is was put down to half health, does get that honey fruit, but the Senna here is in the top lane.
Okay, Senna wants to go for a fast rotation because they know that Ziggs is going to be solo in the bot lane anyway, so at least support would be able to do some damage, at least going to be able to farm up. I mean, it's a Ziggs. You don't really have a lot of kill pressure from a Ziggs early on, so that's why they just left him alone right there with the Senna being the support that he needs right here. Oh, Chili is going to go on the top. He's trying to do some damage. Ruthless Predator gonna come in. The Moonfall is gonna be doing some damage. Here comes the ultimate from our Hedge. He was the Broken Blade, but now our Hedge is now gonna be the target. Now he's hold it down, and now he's gonna be the target. Low on HP, 1 HP, one more attack, and he's gonna fall down. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be the first kill, and the second one in the mid lane for Fennel. I mean, rather in the top lane for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and 2 kills right there, immediately going in favor of Fennel Adversity, and they also aggroed that Herald, but right now it looks like the Baron is stolen.
Okay, they were able to get the Infernal Drake in their favor. Jungle wasn't able to get the smite timing that right there, and that's gonna be it. The punish for the side of Sem9, but they were able to take down the threat in the top side.
Yeah, I was a bit confused right there because I thought FLA would be prioritizing that Herald since they have some control in the top side, but they were also taking the Dragon at the same time. But unfortunately, Sem9 was able to steal that with Azuraveki using the ultimate, the Cataclysm right there to close the gap, get that smite, and also taking down the first tier turret in the bot side.
Yeah, what's unfortunate here is now they are going to be forcing the fight for this Ref Herald because nobody was able to take it anyway. So right now, for the side of Sem9, they're going to be going for this. They know they have the AoE advantage, so FLA will be backing away from this fight. But if they get the pick onto Chili, that is going to be the ideal situation for this team.
Yeah, and Chile has shown to be one of the, well, right now in the first few minutes, has been rotating very effectively for his team, has been trying to go for these ganks. That initial pick that they were trying to go for in the top side was all started by him, but FLA was able to utilize the map, essentially, that big wall. But it looks like there's a fight here.
Okay, they're going for a fight. They're trying to do some damage. They don't have enough. So that's why Winter backed away from there. They don't have any more tools to force them out of the way. The Ruthless Predator is going to come in. The target is going to be Winter. Is in front of everyone. Here comes the Cataclysm. 1 to 2 members onto the backside, forcing the ultimate to be used. Hero's Entrance going to be able to do some damage, but nobody has fell down already for the side of Sem9. They're all low in HP, but nobody has fallen down. So that is a big advantage for them. They can go for more fights. They're looking at the Rift Herald again, but I think FLA needs to respect this damage coming in from Sem9.
Yeah, I agree. FLA needs to respect the damage coming from Sem9 at this point in the game. Sem9 has a lot of damage from their composition. They also have a lot of poke coming from that Zig, so they can just slowly take out FLA's advantage in objectives. And FLA still needs to scale. They're still relying a lot of that damage coming from that Senna. That Renekton does hit like a truck early on at this part of the game, but he still isn't one of those consistent damage leaders. And because of that, Sem9 does take control of this Rift Herald side of the map, and they are about to take the Rift Herald.
Oh, they got the first 2 objectives. That is very big for the side of Sem9. They're now slowly taking over this game. Again, this was the situation a while ago on the game. The first parts of the time, Sem9 is the one on the driver's seat, but later on, FLA would be turning this around. But right now, it's like Sem9 with the very slow game, holding onto this advantage. But still, look at this. 2k gold lead still on the side of FLA.
Yeah, 2K still on the side of FLA. This is mostly coming from just the turrets early on, some of the plates, and as well, these teams, or rather the champions, just being able to pick up gold more efficiently on their side, which we have seen earlier. Even though Sem9 was equal on kills, or even ahead on kills against FLA was still ahead in gold. So it just shows the skill of this team recognizing which part of the map they can get gold from, and that's why they're so deadly in the mid game with this Senna. This Senna scales, eventually would get more items, will get that gold, and will eventually be able to carry fights on their side. But it feels like this is a very different game.
Oh,
there
there
was a kill in the top side. That's why we did see the ultimate right there from the Senna.
Yeah, and that's why the Dawning Shadow was able to help out, and Mid was able to get the kill there. That was really fast. Honestly, Mid is looking really scary right now just because of the damage from this Fizz. He can't even take down a Diana at this point in game. So FLA needs to just use mid because he's putting a lot of pressure. Look at that. Everyone is now going to go on the top side. They're investing a lot of resources there while mid is being pushed down by the other members from FLA.
And it feels like Sem9 is playing to FLA's tempo right here, a bit more slower, but at the same time trying to pick these fights very smartly or intelligently. The Ribbon is right now forcing out this Fizz, and Fizz would look like to be backing away from that top side. Just both teams right now just trying to take as much control of the map, waiting for the next objective. Dragon is up right now.
Okay, Dragon is gonna be up in a bit. Oh, I mean, Ocean Drake is up already. So everyone is just trying to get a hold of mid. Whoever pushes the wave faster, that is gonna be the trigger for the members of FLA or
Yes.
SEM9 to be going for that Ocean Drake. So they're waiting for the chance for the wave to be in their favor. But right now, they need to force the issue if they want that to happen because they have both wave clears on their side. So it's gonna be hard to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for both of them. They're just really trying to play a bit of ARAM at this point, trying to get a bit of
Right.
that control. We do see some backs from
there you go.
a player trying to get these side lane pushing. But yeah, as you mentioned, FLA looks
There
like
you
to be in
go.
control of mid lane, and they're about to take control of this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, they were able to take that, but looking at how SEM9 is going to do this, they're going to be negotiating that, forcing them to go for the Rift Herald. But the target right now, look at that. So much damage has come in. Ozora Veki has already fell down. The Rift Herald is going to fall. They lost one member. They lost the Rift Herald. They didn't get any value because of that. And the Ocean Drake is on their eyes.
Yeah, beautiful turn right there from FLA, immediately noticing that Sem9 did back away, losing a bit of pressure there in that mid lane. But Sem9 answering right now with the top lane and also mid lane
Oh.
siege.
Yeah, there you go. The Dawning Shadow is going to come in, and that is going to be the damage. Not enough, though, but at least it's enough to force him back out of the way. And again, looking at this, they just need mid. Whenever someone goes for a split push, they just need to put mid there, and problem solved already.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just problem solved for them, just trying to do these negotiations. But at the same time, though, FLA does pick up that Drake. They were able to take the objective that both teams were fighting for at that part of the map. Eventually, Sem9 really trying their best to even take some to relieve some pressure on other parts of the map. The thing is, even though we were really focusing on that mid lane control to be able to take that dragon, there's still other parts of the map, the side lane pushes, which will force you to put resources over there, which will force you to put champions over there, which relieves some pressure in the mid lane, in which that was Sem9, that was what they were planning for, but FLA immediately called their bluff.
Yeah, just this is because everyone in the mid lane is where the rotation comes in. That's why they want to go for a push here. That's why right now, with the push a while ago, the pressure is on the side of FLA because their wave was pushing and the Rift Herald is now being taken. Look at this, the Moonfall is going to be able to hit, but he was cancelled. So he doesn't have a lot of damage. The Hero's Entrance is going to come in, but there you go. There's a lot of space taken for the side of Final Adversity. They're really looking for their targets across their placement. The next target would be Ozora Veki, but now one is falling down. Our hedge is going to be coming in. That is no way to be able to win this round. FLA, that is just so much damage coming in from mid, and nobody would be able to answer back against ADC just because they're taking a lot of space. ADC is just rear. Oh, what was that? Half HP, and that is going to be the kill. 3-4-2 in favor of FLA.
That was a beautiful fight for FLA's mid on that Fizz. My god, he flanked from the blue buff side of the jungle of Sem9, jumping over the wall, immediately in the flank position against Sem9. Sem9 didn't know what to do. They couldn't, the Ziggs couldn't back off to be able to throw his poke. He needed to keep moving forward to be able to dodge himself away from the Fizz. And even though that fight was happening, there was a lot of things happening in that fight, a lot of abilities being thrown, but just how the Fizz was able to navigate, picking off one by one the low members of Sem9, eventually getting that triple kill. And now he is 6-0 with 12,000 gold. This Fizz, man, is gonna hit like a truck.
Ooh, everyone, even what I said a while ago, that he's going to be an assassin, right? That he's going to be having a hard time with the Bruisers. But with this lead, he's not going to be having any problem with anyone. He's 6-0. He's snowballing the game. He's going to be able to take them down, but they don't have vision at this part of the map. So FLA might be able to take some very cheeky kills, but they know they don't have any vision here. So let's just back away in the side of Sem9.
Yeah, and again, this feels like game one all over again for Sem9. They were at par or even at the driver's seat at the early parts of the game just because of their composition, but FLA being able to just navigate these fights so well.
Okay, that is going to be the pulverized. They don't have a lot of ways to go in for this fight again because they lost the pulverized. They lost the ultimate from our hedge. So this is the best time. The time is right for FLA to be going for this next one because
The Fizz.
looking at this, they're always forcing them to go for fights. Looking at Fizz, he's going to be targeting Ozora Vecchi. If Ozora Vecchi falls down here, that's going to be the Baron call. Looking at the damage, now he's super low in HP. Yes, he has the Stone Plate, but I think Flag and Drag was able to save his life there, but Jungle
Oh
is
my
still
god.
going. He's pushing the issue. He's very tanky, and he's going for this. Absolute Zero is now down. The Dawning Shadow has already been out. They don't have a lot of ultimates to work with anymore. Final Adversity, they need to be careful here. But looking at that, our hedge is going to fall down. Nobody has a lot, and nobody has ultimate for FLA right now.
Yeah, and that was a very messy fight for both teams right there. There was a long chase for Ozavec. He was from the mid lane. He went eventually to the bottom side, and he was saved by his team. Unfortunately, our hedge does fall down, and because of that pressure being lost by Sem9, looks like FLA is gonna take their second Drake of the game.
Okay, remember, they have a lot of flashes for the side of FLA, so whenever they need to go for this next fight on the Baron. That's gonna be the next goal for sure, because we're 14 minutes in the game. Sem9 just needs to be careful. Like what happened a while ago, the Sterex Gauge was almost able to save the life of Zora Becky there, but they need to be careful on those positionings on this next one.
Yeah, they really have to be careful on those positionings. Also, Vecchi was caught out in the mid lane due to a mid lane shove. They were trying to force the issue right there so that they could put down Vision on the Baron side and on the Dragon side of the map because they were very heavily pushed on their side of the map. Right now, the Ozura Vecchi is again in a very cheeky position there in the mid lane. Does get out with the flag and drag, but FLA right now, 4-man.
Okay, that is an ultimate. A very, very tanky member of the team. I think that is not going to fall down. Winter was able to survive, but Ozorovec is now on the crosshairs of everyone. And this is going to be on the backline. Look at that. This is going to be M9 going to be able to get this. They were able to get the CC onto them. That is going to be good for them. They were able to take a lot of members down. 2 members down for the count. And this is going to be the chance for Sem9 to take that Baron.
Yeah, and that was a fight all started by Sem9 by just Winter blindly going into a bush, but he does pop his ultimate, does survive, and Sem9 looks like they were not in the good position in the start of that fight. It was a 4v5. FLA was able to throw all their damage, but none of them were falling down, and our hedge with a beautiful flank coming from the Raptor side of the jungle and just able to essentially crowd control out of the members FLA. Mid though, looks like he's very low right now.
Yeah, that's why they need to respect the resources that they invest. What was that? He was able to get the kill onto mid. The most fed member from the side of FLA. So if Jungle falls down here, that is going to be the Baron call. And this might be looking very bleak because Jungle is going to fall down. They don't have any more tools to work with. So this is going to be hard for FLA because this is for sure a free Baron for the side of Sem9.
Yeah, and what is happening right here? FLA being caught one by Sem9. As we were talking about earlier, Sem9 is really good at these kinds of conditions where they were trying to just pick out one member of FLA over and over again. With the jungle down, there is no smite to be able to steal this Baron.
Yeah, when it comes to the pop of their Unbreakable there, they're not going to be able to take this though. That is going to be the Moonfall. Was able to hit 3 members. The Baron is free. Top is going to be doing some damage. There's the hold coming in though. The Dawning Shadow is going to be doing some damage. There's a lot of CC coming in. They can't go in. What was that? Pulverize onto the backline. ADC still surviving for a bit. Mega Inferno Bomb won't be able to hit, and Zaraveki would be chasing him down, and that's going to be an ace. Mid is surviving, but at least they were able to take that down. Mid is going to go and try to get some kills here, but not enough. Not successful for it, and Sem9 now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and FLA right there, it felt like that was a very desperation play at that point. 3 members going just right outside of that Baron pit, and they were eventually caught out by Sem9 right now. 4 members of FLA are down. The death timers are about 20 seconds. It looks like Sem9 is just going to take all of the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, they're gonna be taking this for sure. Because right now, with this, they don't want FLA to be doing anything more. They don't have a lot of late game power with this, even though we said that mid is gonna be snowballing. But right now, that's done and dusted. It's time for Sem9 to come back. They have Ziggs, they have the Riven, especially on the hands of our hedge. He's gonna be crazy later on in the fights.
Yeah, and our hedge, game 1, played that Riven, played it beautifully as well, but because of the team composition and the lead that FLA was able to build up, he wasn't able to shine as much. But right now, here in game 2, our hedge still showing that, hey, you guys left this champ open again for me. I'm gonna show you why I love picking this champ. Why this is priority pick for us here at Sem9. He's just showing his prowess on this champion with two beautiful flanks that was able for his team to be able to win those fights.
Yeah, what I also like about this here for the side of Sam 9 Crazy Apple is that Ozora Vecchi, even though that he didn't build a lot of tanky items, he's on the SGH, he's on the Black Cleaver, he's still putting a lot of pressure against the members of Penal Adversity.
Yeah, and it's really just one of the things that Jarvan can do. That's why even though Jarvan is one of the original champions in League of Legends, and right now he is here in Wild Rift, he's still very relevant whenever the meta allows it for his items. And just because of how simple his kit is, he can do a lot of things. Like, yeah, as you mentioned, being very annoying to the enemy team with a lot of CC with the flag and drag. Also, the Cataclysm is really really big because of the just the walls that are being built. But at the same time, Sem9 though is right now taking this Elder Drake.
Oh no, top is now low in HP. They're gonna be taking this Mountain Drake, the Elder Mountain Drake. If ever they take this, it's a very tanky Drake. It's taking a long time for them, and I think this is gonna call for backup because look at that, the call they make out to them, and they were able to get the damage already, and they were able to steal the Mountain Drake. And this is very big for Penal Adversity, but again, they don't have enough damage to finish almost all of the members here, so they need to back away. They need to hold on this Elder Mountain Drake before it gets taken down by Sem9, because right now, that is gonna be the time that has been bought by Penal Adversity.
Yeah, and they do take the Elder Drake, but there's still 5 members strong on the side of Sem9. Our Hedge and Ozora Vecchi sold their boots, changed it to teleport, and right now they're going for a 5-man siege on this Nexus.
Okay, they want to go in. Mid is gonna be the target. Oh no, he fell down. This is gonna be the chance. Sem9 made it work, and they were able to get this game onto game 3.
Yeah, and that was a very fast turn of events. Congratulations for Sem9 for taking game 2 of this series. We are going to game 3 later on to decide who will be moving to the next round of this winners bracket. But going back into this game, it really felt like just FLA were on the driver's seat earlier on. Mid was playing out of his mind. He was 6-0 at one point, but if you look at the scoreboard right now, he is 6-3. That is basically the story of this game. They were leading. They were at the driver's seat, but some bad fights on the side of FLA and them being caught out by Sem9 eventually tilted the game in favor for the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, I mean, because they don't have enough damage. Looking at the late game parts of the match, right? It's FLA trying to take the Elder Mountain Drake. Mid was able to take it, right? But it was because that they don't have enough damage to finish most of the members on Sem9. They had a problem right there on the last parts of the match. Because ADC, yes, is going to be doing some damage. But because he didn't really build on that DPS role for the side of Penal Adversity, they don't have enough DPS to work with, honestly. They have the CC. They have the status effects that the Black Cleaver, the Executioner is calling that the ADC have, but it's not enough to finish a lot of the members, and that is where FLA really shrunk down on that late game fights. Look at Soggy though.
They really ran out of damage. If you can look right here, the damage output of each member is Soggy. Oh my god, he 47k right there. And if you look at the side of FLA, a lot of their damage did come from the Renekton, because Renekton was on par or ahead at some points of that game, and yeah, at the early part, the Renekton does deal a lot of damage, which you can really carry over, or rather, you can really snowball out of. But the thing was, since it was a very slow, calculated game, Sem9 was able to get to that point where they were able to just out DPS FLA. Unfortunately, I do agree on that on the point with Senna. Senna can deal a lot of damage, but with the item build path that FLA ADC went for with the Black Cleaver, the Iceberg Gauntlet, and the Rapid Fire Cannon, she doesn't really deal as much damage. And when FLA's team comp, they do balled up in that Elder Drake fight, they eventually were just taken down by S9 because a lot of their melee champs as well were not tanks. For example, like this Galio right here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very front-to-back composition on both of them, right? They want to go front-to-back, but because there's a lot more ways for Sem9 to be able to defend Sagi. Looking at the damage dealt onto Sagi during that game, it was just only 8k. That just means that they fulfilled their role perfectly to protect Sagi, let him do the damage. FLA, they're going to be scattered around because of the CC that we have a lot of disruption tools to take off their front to back composition. On the other side, they only have mid. But because everyone was trying to CC, everyone was very tanky. He can't even get close to Sagi at that late point in the game.
Yeah, and it was also very indicative of that fight where we were praising where we were praising mid with his flank at the blue side of the map, where he was able to take down three members, but none of them were the Ziggs, because the Ziggs was just
Right.
sorry, but the third I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the third one, or none of them were the Ziggs. But it just showed that how much protection that Sem9 had on that Ziggs, and even though Ziggs is not one of those traditional hyper carries, um,
Right.
Sem9 was able to fulfill that role with just really how they navigated to each of these fights, and just yeah, overall kudos to Sem9 being able to make the most use out of the champs that they have picked in the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, really love that they forced this onto game three. But before we go on to the game three, everyone, we're just going to be taking another short break before we head into it. Again, we have been your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I was your Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit. And welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Wild Rift Legends. And again, we're going to be shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. We're going to game 3, man. What do you think about this?
Well, this is the first game 3 that we'll be having. The previous game or the
Yeah.
previous match was a 2-0, and I'm just super excited because both of these teams have shown, hey, we're gonna play our own styles. S9 did not move away from that Riven. They held on to it and played the same style of game 1 as well with FLA, and it showed that S9 won game 2, and while FLA did get game 1, let's see right here if there's any adjustments from both teams. Well, FLA switch it up a bit, maybe. Let's see if they'll still pick the Senna. They'll still go for a more less DPS, more tanky lane, or will S9 right here go for still the same very aggressive lineup?
Okay, they went in for the Ziggs, they went in for the Janna. So this is gonna be again S9 working their way towards this Ziggs, because you can flex the Ziggs anyway, so they can go for the first pick again. And also that was the key for them to win during that last game. So FLA is trying something different. They went with the Lovers Duo onto the bot side.
Yeah, Zaya Rakan right there as well with that Irelia pick. When they were lacking damage in game 2, they said, hey, let's just pick a lot of these champions that also deal a lot of damage with that Zaya. And probably, yeah, that hover on that Irelia. But right now, the lock-in for the side of Sem9 is that Jarvan and that Riven. Again, they do pick that Riven. It was not banned out by FLA, so they're still really maybe thinking that, hey, the Riven was not the problem right there. It's a comfort pick for our hedge, but we can deal with it. We can deal with it with a different pick.
Okay, yeah, they went in for another pick right here. They have the Renekton, they have the Riven. So they're really working their way towards their victory a while ago. Considering that FLA didn't ban any of their champions, it's gonna be happier here on for the side of S9 because they worked their way here, but FLA is trying something different, so they need to be careful here.
Yeah, and looks like the picks right now for the last 2 picks for Sem9 is that Ezreal Braum, most probably going that Dragon lane, Ziggs probably going to that mid lane. So yeah, the Ziggs is we now know the lane assignment. Let's see right here if FLA will go for a counter pick right here. I'm not sure if they are looking at the Z, but they do go for that Diana to be able to just again same to sustain again in the mid lane, have that shields to not get immediately bursted down by that Ziggs or not get poked down. They do end their composition with that Zaya and the Rakan on the bot side, and Pantheon in the jungle. So we're gonna see another jungle pick, another Pantheon jungle this game. Let's see if it's gonna be as aggressive as the previous match that we saw.
Yeah, and now we're gonna be going for the jungle here. I'm really excited to see on how this is gonna turn out, because looking at the team composition here, FLA has a lot of ways to work with in the early game, and that is what I like about their team composition. But it's gonna be scarier after that, because Sem9 is gonna be having the Ezreal, having the Ziggs. They have a lot of insurance for the late game, but on the other side, they only have the Saya for the insurance in the late game.
Yeah, they only do have the Zaya for insurance in the late game. And if you've seen my face earlier, because I was looking at the loading screen, there has been a change in roles in terms of who will be piloting that Riven. Ozra Veki right now is bringing that Riven in the jungle, while our hedge is piloting that Jarvan the top side again with that Aerie. So a bit of change right here. We'll see how this will affect the game. But just S9 showing that, hey, we can flex this Riven in the jungle and in the mid lane. In the top lane.
Yeah, we can work. Yeah, we can work this out in our favor, and that is going to be good for us. So that is really what they're going for here. Because looking at it, Ozora Veke is going very aggressive right now. He's even trying to go for the jungle right there. They know that jungle doesn't have any skills yet at this point in the game. So they're just trying to push him back out of the way, forcing the rotation from support.
Now, forcing the rotation right there from the Rakan. There's still 3 members up right here on the side of S9 in the jungle of FLA. Ozraveki alongside that Braum taking the Raptor camp.
Okay, they're taking the Raptors. They're going for a very fast push. That is going to be it. Level 2 onto Ozora Veki. He's going to fall down very, very fast. They don't have enough damage to work with here. Fennel Adversity. They needed that kill. And that is going to be the Ignite. I think Winter is going to fall down too. 2-0 in favor of Fennel Adversity already. And now the turnaround is going to come in. Our Hedge late to the party. And now he was forced to use all of his summoner spells.
Yeah, and that looks like a disaster right there for Sem9. They tried something. They tried something different. They tried a very aggressive aggressive invade on the side of FLA's jungle, and FLA with a good answer right there, immediately noting that, hey, Brom's here, we need the Rakan to go up, and they all rotated to the top side of the map. The mid right there was able to go into the fight a lot earlier and was able to immediately get that first blood, and a good flash ignite right there for the Renekton, gets another kill on the side of FLA. Because of that, there is a 1,000 gold lead for FLA.
Okay, big gold lead for FLA. Now, this is going to be some 9. They need to really think about what they're going to do here. Our trying to do some damage, but Jungle, he's on his face. He know that he has the advantage here. That's why in the early game, they just need to put under pressure.
Yeah, and just really pressure right here for FLA. They do have that advantage, so they can be more aggressive, play a bit more forward. They do have that Pantheon jungle, and as we've seen earlier, Pantheon is really good at the start of at the early parts of the game. He deals a lot of damage. He can take control and just keep invading. The thing that Pantheon doesn't really have is that he doesn't clear the jungle camps as fast, so he's really gonna rely on these guys to be able to pull ahead.
Yeah, now with that is going to be taking the tempo off of the jungle, because his blue buff was taken without him knowing that it has been taken. So that is going to be good tempo ship in favor of Sem9. They're really just taking off jungle, because, you know, whenever it comes down to it, whenever jungle's tempo is taken off, FLA has a hard time working around, especially on their carries.
Yeah, and right now it looks like there's a bit of a tussle here in the bot side, but yeah, just a bit of damage right there being thrown by FLA's bot lane. They're gonna go into the river right now, but it looks like they're gonna invade Ozoreveki.
Okay, Ozoreveki gonna be the target. The stun came in, and that is just so much. He just fell down. It's like, oh no, the fire has been taken down in Sem9. As I said, with this, FLA, this is a bare minimum that they want, right, Crazy Apple? They want to get the advantage in the early game. They want to win against Sem9 in the early game. The Grand Entrance was able to hit the Grand Skyfall right here onto the back side, and that's going to be the damage coming through. Mid is in front of everyone, and I think Winter is going to fall down also. Good rotations from Fennel Adversity.
And right now, Fennel Adversity, Game 1 and Game 2 was a bit more slower tempo, especially at the start of the game. But right now, Fennel Adversity, they're just putting the pedal to the metal and having 5 kills immediately. The 3k gold lead with the tower dive, a really beautiful revisit and execution of tower dive right there gives Fennel Adversity this huge gold lead at the start of the game.
Okay, they are able to get the gold lead. They're now trying to push the pedal back up, because look at this, Sem9 gonna go really fast on that ocean deck. They really need it because they want to go for that long drag on fights, and it's really solid for a team composition like this. But FLA knows that they really don't need it. They just need to put the pressure. That's why they're going for the Rip Herald at the top lane, though. Bit of a tussle, a bit of a fight. Okay, that is our head. Super low in HP, most likely going to be dived down. But the members of Fennel, there you go. The Grand Entrance wasn't able to hit. And now that at least pushes back some of the members of FLA, our hedge is going to be backing away. Yeah,
our hedge respects the top side aggression right there, backs away from there. Let's see if FLA will be immediately using that Herald. They did summon it, I believe, in the mid lane, trying to take that turret right there. But the trade for Sem9 right here does take the first turret of the game in the bot side.
Okay, they were able to take it. They are really wanting this one, and they're really looking for the next one, though. They might be able to take the referral on the top side, because they weren't able to push the wave. I rather the tower on the top side. That is going to be a good punish on the side of Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, the good punish right there. And as well, good on Sem9 to immediately recognize that, hey, a lot of the members from FLA are on the Baron side of the map. Let's put more members here in the Dragon side and just keep pushing the turret, immediately getting that. And right now, I believe they are in a better position for this Dragon, just because of that tower take in the bot side. They can put more wards into the blue buff side jungle of FLA. And yeah, some of the rotations right now, the top side is right now has the duos here in the top side.
Okay, yeah, the duos going to the top side is really what they need. What they want to do here is that, for sure, FLA wants to get the early game advantage, but right now, it's slowly turning in the favor of Sem9. So this is really going towards what they want on the side of Sem9, because FLA, they need to keep the lead of a 5k gold lead if they want to win this. That's the bare minimum of their composition, but right now, Sem9 is slowly fighting back, because they're really given the chance to do it. The Grand Skyfall onto the backline, that's going to be the damage, though. That's going to be the stun. The Moonfall was able to hit hit onto the support. Winter is going to fall down, and that's going to be the kill on their favor. 1-for-1 so far, and they're going for more. But again, Final Adversity losing a member on that trade.
Yeah, 1-for-1 for both teams right there. Sagi falling for S9 and Jungle falling for FLA. And good answer right there from Sem9. As you were saying, that FLA needs to keep pushing the tempo. They still need to keep that 5k gold lead. And Sem9 does recognize that FLA needs to keep pushing the tempo. They immediately look at topside. And hey, our topside might get tower dove. They immediately put the Ziggs near there. And Ozraveke, as we've seen, he was already there at the top side of the map, being able to help his team put some reinforcements. Because of that, it was only a 1-for-1.
Okay, good 1-for-1 for their favor, though. I was expecting them to be changing these things around. But right now, it's just that Final Adversity are really rotating around them and trying to force the issue if ever they can, just because they need to answer that turret in the bot lane that they lost. Our Hedge might be able to go in here. That is going to be the damage. Look at that. He was trying his best to get out of the way, but that is... Look at this. It's like Final Adversity is forcing them to be reactive. And that is really looking like the Final Adversity playstyle.
Yeah, it really is the Final Adversity playstyle. They want the other team to play to their tempo. But at the same time, it also feels a lot like FLA was baiting Sem9 into these fights. They're like, hey, we know you have maybe 3 members here, or your 2 members are strong in these 2v2s. Let's see if we can force a fight right here. Let's see if we can bait you in these fights. And FLA just swarming them with more numbers. But Sem9 immediately recognizing that hey, we don't see a lot of the members of FLA. Let's not commit to these fights. Let's not get baited. And again, let's do what we did at game 2. Let's try to get this into a later part of the game and just slowly whittle down FLA from there.
Okay, they are able to take that down, and 14 seconds on the clock. We're now heading toward the Infernal Drake and also the Death Herald. So they want to go for this. You know, everyone loves the Infernal Drake just because of the sheer stats that it gives. And it's really helpful even later in the later parts of the game. Or rather, helpful in the later parts of the game. So FLA, they want to contest this. They know they have their early game advantage. If they were be able to take the kill onto Ozraveke, that is going to be good. But looking at the positioning of Sem9, they're primed in position for this. They have the poke. They just need to wear down a lot of the members from Final Adversity because they have a lot of range though. Because if ever they're not going to be able to reach onto the back line, FLA is going to have a hard time.
Yeah, and again, there is a lot of range on the side of Sem9. Ozraveke is able to rejoin his team. And if you look right here, Top is going to the top side of the map, also trying to get that Herald. Looks like FLA will just keep Sem9 here, the Dragon side of the map, while they take the Herald. Dragon is reset, hasn't been started yet by either team. It looks like it might just be a free Rift Herald on the side of FLA.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of time here. They don't know that okay, there's gonna be the fight. That's gonna be the stun already. Ozraveke is down. They're not gonna be able to take this next objective. The Infernal Drake would be the target for sure. They're gonna be forcing the rotation. They're gonna be using that Rift Herald for them to be able to take this Infernal Drake comfortably.
Yeah, and great pick right there from FLA. I believe Jungle did flash over that wall, get immediately that stun on Ozraveke, and they were able to burst him down. Looks like they're also gonna be able to secure. Yeah, they are able to secure this Dragon. So yeah, very very close right there. A lot of balls, but yeah, FLA tried to get at least one objective by securing that Herald with the Redington going for that. But in the end, FLA got both. So yeah, a lot of investment getting both right there gives them a very comfortable lead at this point.
They lost the vision there on that part in mid. That's why Top was able to comfortably take that Rift Herald without any contest. And Sem9 was trying to grasp. Where is Top? Where is he gonna be? The Rift Herald is not the option for them. That's why they were just waiting for the chance for FLA to go in. And they just played right into the hands of FLA during that time.
Yeah, and you can really see right there some of these sudden, or rather decisions that these players need to do at the heat of the battle and just going for it. It felt like Jungle right there. It felt like a 50-50 at some point.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't sure if there were going to be a lot more players on the side of S9 when he flashed in, but kudos to him. He was able to capitalize and they were able to get the lead off of that. But right now, S9 is sieging this mid lane turret.
Yeah, they're really taking the chance. They're taking all their chances that they can right here for the side of FLA. They're taking down the turrets. They have the Rift Herald on hand again. and they were able to take the tower into mid lane. So now they're putting a lot of pressure. They're playing in the hands of FLA. Sem9, they need to answer right now, because if they don't pull the trigger, it's slowly turning in favor of FLA, and this is going to be the chance that Glacial Fisher was able to hit onto the ADC. This is going to be hard for him. He's backing away. He fused the flash, and now he's going to fall down. Here comes the Grand Skyfall. Was able to hit onto 2, but not enough damage to work with. They're losing their towers because of this. Remember, they still have the Rip Herald. Yes, it's going to fall down. He was able to take down 1 with him, and now they're going to be losing towers in the process.
Yeah, and as we were mentioning earlier, FLA feels like they're baiting in S9 into doing and making these decisions. And right there, SM9 immediately, as you mentioned, they need to do something. They need to make a pick, and they did. They did get that pick on the ADC, on that Xayah, but at what cost? At the cost of turrets across the map. There was only 3 members of FLA in the bot side, but there were like 2 more members outside taking these towers.
Yeah, they're taking their time. They're slowly taking down the tempo in favor of FLA. Sem9 is having a hard time reacting to this. Yes, they were able to react against ADC, but they lost 1 member still, and a lot of towers in the process. FLA slowly eating up the map, and this is going to be an FLA map later on.
Yeah, and because of these tier 2 turrets being falling down on the side of Sem9, FLA can just go into into the jungle and put down wards, put down vision. If you look right now, it feels like Sem9 does have a bit more vision on their side of the jungle, but later on FLA would be clearing those out, putting down their wards to take control of certain parts of the map. It depends on which objective FLA would be focusing on. Would it be the next Drake, or would it be the Baron that's going to be coming up in a few seconds? But right now we do see a lot of wards on the Baron pit for FLA.
Yeah, they might be going for the Baron there because they have the advantage in their favor, and they just need to look out for this next ones, because the Grand Entrance was able to hit, and that is going to be a good Blade Caller. Was able to hit on a lot of members. The Grand Skyfall was able to hit on the Ziggs. That's a lot of damage on the Chill, and this is going to be good. He was able to get away of that, and that's the Grand Entrance cancelled by the Glacial Fisher, but nobody's falling down as of yet. 1 has fell down. That's going to be mid, and now this is going to be the chance for Sem9. They have a lot of ways to turn this around, but FLA is really healthy right now, so they are going to be backing way out of this fight.
Yeah, and there's the trade right there, 1 for 1. Mid does fall down, and also Veki, but on the other side of FLA might be trying to force this fight again, but yeah, Sagi does get away. There's still a 4v4, another flash in for top.
Okay, they're going in, and that's going to be top, going to be able to do some damage. He's just investing a lot of resources onto his back line. Now they lost a lot of their ways to get away. Grand Entrance onto the R-Hedge. He's not going to fall down. There's a shield coming in. That was a good true shot barrage. A 2-for-1 right now for that fight in favor of Sem9.
Yeah, and both teams really wanting that fight right there. Sem9 was looking at FLA. FLA was trying to take control of the river, trying to start up that Drake, but Sem9 was not allowing that. They were still challenging FLA, and even though they are behind in gold, Sem9 still has that poke composition. If you let them just keep throwing all their skill shots at you, you'll eventually have your health bars down enough for Sem9 to be able to take advantage of that.
Okay, this is going to be Fennel Adversity. I really like the way that they played around that, but it took a lot of time. They don't have a lot of damage because ADC wasn't able to even get close, just because there's a lot of threats on the side of Sem9 that it's really hard to get close. Yes, they have a lot of melee champions, which is why Xayah is a really good pick of this composition, but the Grand Skyfall was able to hit, and this is going to be trying to steal the Baron, and they were able to take down Ziggs. They weren't able to get the Drake, but they were able to take the last member with a lot of damage. Woodball was able to hit on the tree, and this is going to be Fennel Adversity taking over this map. They were able to take 1 more, and that's going to be 3 in their favor, and that's going to be the Baron, going to be the target for the side of Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, it's going to be the Baron for Fennel right here. They still have 5 members strong. Ozlaveki is down for Sem9. They only have Sagi and R-Hedge to be able to maybe try and challenge us, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like Sem9 is just going to give this Baron away to FLA, and FLA with a beautiful fight right there in the Drake pit. They weren't able to secure the Drake, but they knew what their objective was. They need to win this fight so that we can transition into a Baron, and we can take more objectives out of this. Let's see if FLA will be able to clear out the inhibitor turrets of Sem9.
Yeah, they were able to get it, and this is going to be good for FLA right now because it's really looking in their favor, just because the Xayah has scaled up already on the 3rd item, already almost the 4th item mark for the Xayah. So it's going to be hard here on. We all know Sagi is going to fall up on the mid game, so we only are expecting damage from Chili. So this is going to be hard for Sem9 to turn around, because with an ADC, a constant DPS for the side of FLA, okay, they don't have a lot of threat for the side of Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and as we all know, in League of Legends in Wild Rift, when you have a crit marksman, they really scale a lot more. And there's just a bit of fight here in the mid lane.
Okay, the mid lane fight is going to happen. Rujat Barrage wasn't able to do a lot of damage. That's going to be it. The Glacial Fissure. Oh, the Moonfall missed. So this is going to be the chance. They lost the Moonfall. Maybe we have a chance onto this next rotation. They need to lose. Oh no, they lost a lot of inhibitor turrets in the process there just because they lose a lot of their skills in the mid lane. But the top lane going to be the next target. Look at this Fennel Adversity being very methodic. After pushing, they go back out of the way.
Yeah, and FL Adversity, again, it feels like they keep baiting Sem9 into these fights so that they would put resources in a certain part while FLA just goes across the map, picks out objectives. And again, that's what they did in that siege of the inhibitor turrets. They timed it on when the minions will be crashing into the inhibitor turrets. It was a 3v4 or a 3v5 fight in the mid lane that was forced by FLA. They baited in Sem9 so that Sem9 won't be looking at the side lane. Sem9 got distracted, and essentially FLA was able to take down all the inhibitor turrets in exchange of what? Damage on their AD carry and just the ultimate and a flash. So right now FLA just playing Sem9 beautifully right here with these baits, and with all the inhibitor turrets on, looks like FLA will be taking this series.
Okay, they just lost a lot on that last one, and this is going to be the last fight that we're going to be seeing. FLA taking down 2 already in their favor. The last one on the back line, look at that. He's going to be falling down. The Blade Guard was able to hit, but again, he was able to get the kill, but at what cost? They lost 3 members in the process just because of that. They tried their best. That was the best course of action for Sem9, but FLA are looking for this Nexus, and they have the tools to be able to get that. They don't have the minions, though, which is really unfortunate, but that is just buying some time for the side of Sem9. 30 seconds of the clock for this last member for sure. FLA is going to be finishing this down, and that's going to be the Nexus going to be falling down, and FLA taking this game 3 on this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and congratulations to FLA. They'll be moving to the next part of our bracket, still on the winner side. Unfortunately for Sem9, they will be dropping into the losers bracket, where it will be a sudden death. It will only be a best of 1 there. So good luck to them later on when they have that game. But for right now, congratulations to FLA. They have played this game 3 beautifully. They have adjusted from their loss from game 2. In game 2, it felt like, hey, they had this Senna composition, which they won at game 1. They tried different things out. They played the Xayah composition, and even though Xayah doesn't have the most kills, you could really feel the difference in the damage output of their whole composition. They were able to force these fights. They were able to bait in Sem9 into engaging on them while they take more gold across the map. They were able to snowball that lead eventually, and yeah, they do take the series win right here.
Yeah, they were slowly funneling ADC. It's like ADC came out of nowhere. He was just on the 3rd item already on that last fight, even though that he's not getting a lot of kills. Almost every resource that they funneled onto ADC. They just rotated him around the map for him to be able to carry the late game. And that was very smart for Fennel Adversity. It's just that in the early game, I thought that Sem9 was trying to take advantage of their loss of a lead for Fennel Adversity, because we are expecting for Fennel Adversity to be holding on to that lead because they have a lot of ways to do that, because their jungler is a Pantheon. They have top as a Renekton, which is easy to do. But in the end, FLA was able to get hold of those objectives, and that was enough for them to win.
Yeah, and probably the one last thing before we move on to the next match, I just wanted to also mention where to call back on what you mentioned, that it's in the jungle where we see a lot of these games being pushed through, and it felt like FLA's jungle was able to really control the tempo in game 3. You could really see a lot of the Grand Skyfalls that he was starting the fights on, even that bot lane fight where it felt like a lost cause for ADC, right? They're getting caught out by 5 members of Sem9. He stayed in the brush, waited for the best opportunity to use his ultimate to combo with, I believe, the Rakan, and they were able to get away and even get a pick from that. And while their other members were just pushing turrets across the map. So yeah, a really great cross map plays from FLA. You could really see the communication there, and I'm very excited to see them move into the next part of this tournament.
Yeah, man. Before we go on for a break, before we go on to our next match, we'd just like to mention the giveaway: win NFTs and SAS tokens from Smash Chain. Share the live stream on Twitter or Facebook with the hashtag SGH Network and guessing who will be the conquerors of this tournament. Include your Trovo username and make sure it's following SGH Network to be able to join this giveaway. And I think big shout outs to our sponsor and organizer SGH Network and to Smash Chains. And that is it for our match right now. We're going to be going on to the next match later on. We're just going to be taking a short break. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit. And welcome everyone back to the Asia Wild Rift Legends organized by Kaisaya and SGH Network, with everyone fighting for a piece of a pie of 1,000 US dollars plus NFT and SAS tokens from Smash Chain. Excited to see how the ship is going to sail for our third match of the day between Grind Sky and Geek Fam. And we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash and I'm here with Crazy Apple.
Yeah, and I'm just super excited to see this next game. We are going immediately into the pick and ban phase between Grind Sky and Geek Fam. And I just wanted to talk about a bit about what was the result of our second match earlier. FLA does advance to the next round, while Sem 9 does go into the losers bracket. But yeah, also for this game though, it is another best of three between Grind Sky and Geek Fam. The loser of this series, we'll be seeing them later tonight. They'll be the last match for today. They'll be facing that elimination match. But before that, we are currently in this pick and ban phase, and looks like for the side of Geek Fam, they have prioritized that Fiora.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be hard for this team because looking at this, Grind Sky, they have been a very favorite for the Philippines. They have been a young team in the Philippines, Grind Sky Esports. But again, Geek Fam is a very well-known team, with them getting the Fiora earlier on. But what I really want to point out here is that on the side of Grind Sky, they have a specialist on their team. They have Bambi, and Ari is not bad. Bambi has always been very good with an Ari, so that is going to be scary for Geek Fam here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be super excited to see if Bambi does go for that Ari, because I also love seeing any Ari pick. But before that, we do see the Garen and the Brand being locked in for the side of Geek Fam. If you guys watch the Horizon Cup, we have seen that Garen and Brand being piloted in the Dragon side of the map by Dakun Gaming. It might be the again that combo there, but we do see, as you mentioned, that Ari being picked by Bambi.
Yeah, now that is going to be really interesting to see, because having the Ari changes things up. Because if you have an Ari on the team, you want to take the Ari out, but you know, Ari is really hard to take out. With the charm hitting, that is going to be a CC to look out for with both Thresh. So you have a lot of skill shots to work with for the side of Grand Sky. But on the side of Geek Fam, they have a lot of AoE. So you want to do a wombo combo with those last three picks right there.
Yeah, and I know Ari is a very pretty champion, and that's why Grand Sky would try to take her out and try to position her in different parts of the map, because her ultimate is very impactful when it comes to these ganks. But right now it looks like Grand Sky is gonna round out their composition with that Kha'Zix, and it feels like it is gonna be a very good combination when they are able to use their mid lane advantage and their jungle advantage to be able to roam around the map and try to get some picks against the Geek Fam composition.
Okay, so they want to go for a pick. We all know that with their composition, that's really what they want to do here. But on the other side, on the side of Geek Fam, they want to go for full-on fight. So they have really different objectives with their team composition. So we all know what we're expecting from both of these teams. And I wish they would be able to perform that, because it's really hard to go for a wombo combo composition because you have a smaller margin of error. But on the other side, they have bigger margins. If you want to go for a pick composition, you just need to hit one CC, and that's enough for you to take down one person.
Yeah, and as you're saying about the win conditions and what their compositions is, it feels like Grind Sky's composition is a bit easier to execute on, because yeah, it is a pick composition, and it's something you see a lot in solo queue as well, specifically that Kha'Zix pick. So it's gonna be easier to pilot. On the other hand, it is harder to navigate a wombo combo composition to see how good the execution from Geek Fam will be against this composition of Grind Sky.
Okay, this is what I want to point out. I don't see a lot of Kha'Zix getting picked up by anyone, right? Especially on the Horizon Cup, not a lot of Kha'Zix. But if this Kha'Zix snowballs, that is going to be big, because they want to go for pick compositions. They're fighting a Fiora. A 1v1 in the jungle for sure is going to be won by Chi and he's one. So this is going to be really looking towards Grind Sky wanting to get that early game advantage against Geek Fam.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, Grind Sky is this very young team. They're one of the favorites here in the Philippines, and you could really see with their picks as well. They're not playing as what the meta was formed in Horizon Cup. They have their own favorite picks, they have their own comfort picks, as they are a very young team as well. And that shows with the Kazakhs and that Ari pick. Right now, there is a bit of a skirmish here in the top side. It looks like just the usual things the top laners do, especially if they're boosters, but there's a fight here in the bottom side.
Yeah, the Death Sentence was able to hit. Nyx is gonna fall down. They don't have a lot of damage to work with against Tactical, especially if that Death Sentence hits. That's death for the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of nutty threshes today. We've seen and right now even Bo getting that immediate death sentence right there, getting the first blood in favor of Grind Sky. And as we were mentioning in the games earlier, Lucian might not be the best late game marksman, but in the early to mid game, if he gets ahead, he can really just control the game from there.
Ooh, Chian is one. Gonna be able to see the Fiora. Okay, the damage is gonna come in. Look at this. This is gonna be Hockey. Is gonna be backing away out of the fight. Is now low in HP. Ignite didn't tick as much as I thought it would. But again, they were able to at least get some pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, and there was a lot invested right there to try to get Hockey. It's just 20 HP, 20 HP and a dream. He even greeted a bit and tried to shove that thing because he saw that a lot of the members of Grind Sky did lift that aggression immediately. But unfortunate right there from Grind Sky, they did expend a lot to try to get that kill. I believe they expended at least 2 flashes from Chianis and from Bambi, and also the Ignite. So very unfortunate right there. But at the same time, it is pressure in the mid lane. It did allow a very favorable back time for Bambi on the mid lane.
Yeah, they were able to get that back timings right in the money for the side of Grind Sky. Okay, they are looking really good here for Geek Fam. They're slowly just playing in the win condition. They want to just farm up. They just lost 1 kill a while ago, but I think this is gonna be good for them in the later on parts of the game, because if ever Malphite gets to level 5, we're gonna be sure seeing that Grind Sky is gonna get the brink out of that unstoppable force from Nyx.
Yeah, and if we do see that later on, hopefully it's really gonna be in these objective fights, because that's where I feel like the composition for Geek Fam shines. But there might be a gank here in the bot lane right now.
Okay, again, another death sentence from Bo was able to hit. They don't have the unstoppable force yet, but there's an ultimate coming in from there. Mark Lawson was able to hit, but again, Geek Fam, they lost a lot of their summoner spells, and the objective is coming in 40 seconds.
Yeah, 40 seconds, the dragon will be up. But that was a very beautiful death sentence right there from Bo, hitting the Bran, hitting Momo, which would have been the priority target in the bot side, as well as throwing the lantern on Chianis. That was very good execution right there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to finalize the kill, but still, pressure being shown here by Grind Sky for game 1 of a best of 3 series. This is just good signs all around for this very young team.
Yeah, they're really looking really good in the early game. That is going to be the chance here for Grind Sky. They just need to look forward onto this next objective fight. Look at how they rotated. They rotated Bambi up to the bot lane just for them to get pressure in mid lane so that everyone could rotate pretty peacefully for the side of Grind Sky. I think they're going to be looking at, even though that the Infernal Drake is up, okay, the damage coming in, Chianis is just dealing so much. That is just, wow, that is so much damage coming from the Kazakhs. They lost the Fiora, they lost the jungler. Now it's chance for them to take on this next objective.
Yeah, and right now, Chianis is starting to take this Herald. There's a lot of members from both teams going to this Rift Herald, but right now, Renekton is down half HP. This Garen is still full HP. Let's see if the Garen will try to charge, but does it look like? It looks like the Rift Herald will be going to the side of Grind Sky.
Yeah, that's going to be easy, but they're forced to back away with this, and now they're looking at the next one, because with the rotation, after they go for the reset for the side of Grind Sky, they can still contest for Geek Fam, because looking at this, Dante is also going to reset, so this is going to be a chance for them to go for a 5v4 against the members of Geek Fam.
Yeah, let's see right here if there's going to be a teleport for this Renekton. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, Rift Herald is summoned in the mid lane. Looks like Giant Sky will just try and look at this dragon, but they'll be prioritizing getting these turrets.
Okay, they're forcing the issue here. They have the Herald in the mid lane, so they won't be confident of taking this Infernal Drake. Good timing for them. The unstoppable force was able to hit onto the backline. Tactical is going to be able to get hit. Oh no, the Garen fell down. There's going to be the chance that both was able to hit a lot of members of the backline, but it's not enough to be able to take down all of the members. 5 members strong still. Dante is sticking super low in HP. Look at that Tactical. It's just dealing so much on this fight, and Ace Grind Sky takes them all out.
And what a beautiful call right there from Grind Sky. They immediately turned on on the Garen on the back line. They were like, hey, there's a Garen flanking right here, but it's still a Garen, doesn't have a dash. He only runs at you, so they were able to immediately pinpoint that champion, immediately kill him off the bat, and it's just dominoes falling for Geek Fam right there. They were trying to take that Drake, but Tante going in, just distracting all the members of Geek Fam while Haki going into the composition of Grind Sky. It was just very well played for Grind Sky right there, and because of that very good play, they are now, I don't know, 7k gold lead and 7-0 in kills.
Yeah, that is a big gold lead for their side, because I wasn't expecting them to be winning that fight, but because of the way that they positioned on the side of Grind Sky, Dante being the one that is the distraction during that fight was very big. That is really what they needed during that time. But again, Grind Sky, looking at this, Dante investing a lot of resources on him again. So now, the brink of the resources is on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, but
Geek Fam, they're being forced to react.
That's still a Renekton though. You're trying to dive a Renekton with the ultimate right here, being supported by this Ahri.
Okay, that's gonna be the damage coming in from the new info, but they weren't able to get the kill still. Spirit Rush onto Bambi, was able to get the kill again onto one. Oh no, that launch wasn't able to hit him down. That's gonna be the punish, a triple kill for Bam. That's gonna be Grind Sky taking a 3-0.
Sheesh, that fight right there just went from bad to worse, and it went in favor so much of Grind Sky. I was thinking about, hey, they're trying to take this fight. It's a 4v1 against the Renekton, but it's still a Renekton, and it's a fed Renekton. You don't just tower dive a Renekton. And beautiful play right there from Tante, immediately separating the fight. He didn't take all four members at once. He only took two, and he waited for his teammate, for Bambi, to be able to help him out. The Twin Shadows was very effective right there, slowing down the members of Geek Fam. It looks like Grind Sky is still pushing the tempo.
Oh, okay, oh no, this Garen is now gonna be forced to flash away of the fight now. He doesn't have any flash onto this next ones, because the next objectives are gonna come in, and without the flash, oh no, this is gonna be hard for the Garen.
This is gonna be very hard for the Garen. And you know, after that tower dive, there is almost a 10,000 gold lead for Grind Sky at 8 minutes into the game. They are playing their comp beautifully.
Oh, Chianese! Oh, the Unstoppable Force was able to hit him, but it was saved with the Solari and also the Lantern. They lost an ultimate there. They lost the Unstoppable Force, so on this next one, 30 seconds, that is only going to be half of Nyx's ultimate. Yeah. So they don't have the Unstoppable Force to work with.
But there's another charmer right here in the top side of the map. Bambi almost taking down the Fiora. And Bambi's still putting a lot of pressure in this top side of the map.
And this is what I said a while ago. You need to you need to always ban the Ahri against Bambi, because if ever Bambi gets a hold onto this, he's going to be able to dominate a lot of lanes. Imagine, you're not expecting an Ahri to be able to you need to invest a lot of resources on an Ahri. That is not usually what happens, but because it's Bambi was using it, it's really hard for Geek Fam. Even the Garen is not enough to be able to get the pressure against the Ahri.
Yeah, and look at the pressure that Bambi's doing, initiating or doing right here in the top side of the map. That Herald was for free, taken by Chianis, and there was not even any member of Geek Fam right there. And looks like right now the blue buff is being stolen by Grind Sky as well. Geek Fam can only watch at this point because of the gold lead that Grind Sky has.
Yeah, they have a lot of gold lead. Look at that. That is almost 12k gold lead on their hands. And this is just looking really good in favor of the members of Grind Sky. And man, this is just going to be real hard. I really am not expecting that Grind Sky is just going to be snowballing this out of the way. 12k gold lead. Geek Fam, they need to win another fight, but they don't have the tools to do it.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, even though we did see Chianis, he has a tendency, or rather, the members of Grind Sky have a tendency to still play a bit solo queue, to play a bit loosely. Chianis did jump early in the mid lane, but the Rift Herald in the bot side looks like there's going to be a fight here.
Oh no, this is going to be the box. They were able to hit 2 ultimates on the members of GS, and they're going to be looking at Dante. Okay, that said, that was able to hit. This is a chance for Chianis to do some damage. Tactical, this didn't happen in Minot though. The culling won't be able to hit onto anyone. But again, even though that was done and dusted, they can go for the Ocean Drake just because they pushed up the second tier turrets.
And Bo doesn't miss that death sentence. I didn't even see who he was trying to target right there. It just hit one member of Geek Fam. It felt like 1 or 2 members from Geek Fam were gonna fall right there. But because of the turrets still being alive, they were still able to live. But still, a lot of the momentum is still on Grind Sky's favor, and they are about to take the second Drake of the game.
Okay, and now Bambi is just... Oh no, he's just putting a lot of pressure on the members of Geek Fam that even with the split pushing Ari, they're having a hard time just because nobody could 1v1 an Ari at this point in the game. Oh no, Garen is just gonna be 1v1. But look at that, Bambi is just face tanking that Garen.
You don't want to see that when an Ari just runs up to a Garen. I don't even care if you're spinning, man. I'm just gonna throw my orb, deal some damage at you because that's how much ahead they are at this point in the game. It's gonna be hard for Geek Fam. If you look at it from their perspective, they're gonna try to get back into this game. They still have that Fiora. The Fiora can still deal damage when she has her items up. They can still take some wombo combo. There might be an opportunity to get a pick because they do have that Malphite. They do have that Diana, which could initiate fights from afar and catch people off guard. But at this point, Grind Sky, it feels like they just have so much gold in their pockets that the items that they have is just gonna allow them to survive the fight long enough for their team to support them and then eventually get the kills.
Oh my, that is gonna be a good moonfall onto two members onto the backline. Was able to damage onto Chi, and his one was able to get one. Oh, that is gonna be the turnaround that they need. Grind Sky, they lost one member. That's a lot of shutdown goals in their favor. But Grind Sky is gonna back away. They know that the damage has been done. We don't need more in our hands.
Yeah, and you can see a bit of overzealousness right there from Grind Sky. Chian is jumping in because he has a Kha'Zix. He can assassinate these champions, but at the same time, that was still under the turret. It's going to be very hard to do that. And Geek Fam just licking their wounds at this point, trying to stabilize. They have gotten their first kill in this game. It is no longer a perfect game in any chance for Grind Sky.
Yeah.
But still, the lead is still on their hands.
Yeah, very, very big lead steal for the side of Geek Fam. So Grind Sky just needs to use this in their favor. They're waiting for the next objectives. They're really playing very methodic here on the side of Grind Sky. They're not taking any chances, but Bo was able to take the chance and was able to steal the blue buff. That is just unfortunate for Geek Fam.
Bo is just the luckiest Thresh, I think, at this point. That was even... I'm not sure if I think he had a ward there. Yeah, there's a red ward right there in the bush of the blue buff. That was 200 HP. Was able to steal the blue buff with the hook. And just... Bo, oh my god, this guy. We are looking at Bambi. Bambi has been playing this Ari phenomenally, but Bo on this Thresh has been also hitting all his hooks.
Right. Yeah, man, the death sentences, the skill shots from Grind Sky, really good. They really know how to play their game, right? They are really putting the pressure all around the map. Because if when it comes to 1v1, nobody could fight against Grind Sky because that is what their team comp is built for. But now, with the objectives on their hands, they're going for it. They're trying to take that a lot of pressure. Geek Fam is taking the pressure from Chianis just by sticking together. That's how you fight against a Kha'Zix. But because they're sticking together, Dante is free to push whatever he wants.
Yeah, and yeah, as you mentioned, they're just trying to stick together, trying to negate this lead from that Kha'Zix by having more members. But at the same time, Grind Sky is just pulling them apart, trying to get chip damage over chip damage on these objectives, on these towers. And right now, Geek Fam is down to defend on their inhibitor, but there's a fight here in the mid lane.
Okay, they're gonna go for a fight. They were able to take one already, and that's gonna be the target. Bambi is now super low on HP. 1 HP right now, gonna fall down, and that's gonna be it. A shutdown. Very, very big for Geek Fam. That's really what they need.
Yeah, that was a great shutdown right there. The charm did hit for Bambi. Tried to finalize the kill right there, and Nyx was able to do so, but it forced her to go past the whole team of Geek Fam right there. But even though they are down a mid laner, Grind Sky is starting out this Baron, but they're gonna look for this pick right here.
Okay, almost taking down the Fiora right now because it's really hard to fight against Tierney Swan, but they aren't able. At least Geek Fam is always putting a cap on the snowball coming in from the side of Grind Sky because they weren't able to take the Baron.
Yeah, and it feels like the game has been a bit slower now. Grind Sky's composition, as we mentioned at the start of this game, is a lot of pick potential running across the map with that Kha'Zix and the Ahri. You can't really do that when the team is circling in their base, but right now it seems like Grind Sky might be forcing the issue right here by taking this Drake.
Okay, they want to get the Cloud Drake. They were able to get the death sentence on the right target. They were able to stop it. They were able to get the kill, and that's going to be the backline. Moonfall going to be able to do some damage, but not enough to be able to get the kill. Bo is going to fall down. 3 members are down already for the side of Geek Fam. They're really falling down like flies on the side of Geek Fam. Grind Sky, 1 HP onto the Garen, and now that's going to be the target. Bambi is just going in. He's going to be trying to buy some time, but the Baron is now ticking. Might be the target here for Grind Sky.
Yeah, but Garrett with his passive just regenning
Oh, he's
so much
healing.
HP at this point, but he's trying to run away, trying to get some semblance of a defense when he gets back to his base and Geek Fam's side. But Bambi's just hunting him down. Looks like Grind Sky will be ending this game right here.
Okay, that is gonna be good. That is gonna be the kill already from the side of Grand Sky. That is gonna be the win. I thought the Garen was buying some time, but that just bought them the win for the side of Grand Sky. Geek Fam loses on a 0-1.
Yeah, and kudos to Grind Sky. Like that
Yeah,
was a very great game from them. They're able to immediately capitalize on the snowball that they started with that fight in the top side. They were able to get 2 quick kills, and they're just able to keep on pressing the issue against Geek Fam. Geek Fam, it felt like they were taken aback with how aggressive Grind Sky was. They weren't able to set them. It didn't feel like they were able to set their foot down in that game at any point,
yeah.
and it just snowballed on the lead from there. If there was any adjustments right for Geek Fam, maybe they tried to play a more standard comp. I feel like the Fiora wasn't the best pick with how Grind Sky was playing the game. Grind Sky was very aggressive with their jungler and their mid combination. Geek Fam can't have that because they don't have a ganking jungler. So maybe that adjustment right there. They it felt like their comp was looking for more passive early game, and Grind Sky
Yeah.
did not allow that. So yeah, looking for those adjustments from Geek Fam.
Yeah, and again, they don't have any DPS on their composition. Yes, we have the brand, which is a ticking DPS, but still, the brand is very bursty. So we really don't expect a lot of DPS coming in from their side. That's why during that last fight, Grind Sky are just really taking them down one by one,
Yeah.
just because they can. Just because Geek Fam doesn't have any of that finishing power against most of the members of Grind Sky.
Yeah, I totally agree on that part. And again, maybe ban Ari. I
Right?
love seeing
Right?
Ari. I love seeing Ari in any league game, but Bambi's just too good on this champion. It really you could really see the comfort that Grind Sky has whenever Bambi has this. Even the Kazakhs could also see the comfort that Chianis have. He would jump into like 3 members trying to get that assassination off, and maybe it's something that you try to take away, especially on a very young team. It's something
Yeah.
that you can consider taking away because young teams might have these more set picks, more comfort picks, and we'll see if these would be the adaptation for Geek Fam. Try to challenge Grind Sky into picking different champions.
Yeah, that is the reason why young teams are really good because they have specialists on their team and they also know how to play the meta, and that's why it's really hard to fight against them. Is because you don't know who to ban, because if you ban their champion, that opens a lot of possibilities
Yes.
still in the meta that can be picked by Grind Sky. But again, that is another problem that they need to look out for on the next game, because right now Geek Fam just lost because of their draft, but again they still have the chance on the game 2. They have chance there. But again, everyone, there's a giveaway that is coming along. Win NFTs and SAS tokens from Smash Chain. Share the live stream on Twitter or Facebook with the hashtag SGH Network and guessing who will be the conquerors of this tournament. Include your Trovo username and make sure it's following SGH Network. And again, we're going to be just going in a break for a short bit, everyone. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit. And welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Wild Rift Legends organized by Kaisai and SGH Network. And we're going to be your shoutcasters again for this game 2 between Grind Sky and Geek Fam. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. Game 1 was such a blast. How do you think about it, Crazy Apple?
It was such a blast and as well as a blowout for Grind Sky.
Right.
They were able to take control of the game very early on and just snowball the lead against Geek Fam. And we're really looking into adaptations for Geek Fam on at least on this game too, because as we mentioned at the earlier part of this day, when you lose here, it's going to be this is a double elimination, so you're going to be sent to the lower bracket. The lower bracket only has a best of one, and whoever lose the match today, this series, for this series, we'll be seeing them later on, and whoever will be losing at the last match of the day will be eliminated from the tournament. So really looking, you don't want to put yourself in a best of one position. It's very hard to come back from that. So we'll see right here if there's anything that Geek Fam would be adjusting to.
Okay, they went in for the Lee Sin, they went in for the Thresh. So they want to double down on that early game advantage for them. So they want to go for a pick composition also. But right now, we have a lot of options also for the side of Grind Sky, because they still have the area, as we said a while ago, that is still opened up. And if ever Chianese gets into this aggressive early game junglers like Olaf, who is good against the 1v1s, even against a Lee Sin, they're still doubling down on the early game parts of the game.
Yeah, and as we see again, Bambi does lock in that area. Whenever that area is up, he will lock that in. We'll see what is the adaptation from Geek Fam, whatever their mid lane pick would be. But as you mentioned earlier, Riven and Olaf is locked in by Grind Sky. On the other hand, it is the Thresh and the Lee Sin. It looks like the Varus being locked in as well from Geek Fam.
Okay, that's a lot of very, very good champions that they have, that they really... Okay, I see this now. Geek Fam really wants to get that early game advantage. They're not really stopping. So what's hard about this is that if ever the late game comes in, it's going to be hard for them. But we all know also, Grind Sky is a team that is really good in the early game to mid game parts of the game. So if ever, they're battling it out with an early game matchup on both of them.
Yeah, and right now the locked in from Grind Sky is that Saya Rakon, the lovers duo in the bot side of the map. And again, Grind Sky looks to have a very strong composition. They have a very straightforward, they run at you composition, try to get these big fights on. It's not as pick oriented as the earlier game. This might be more of a running composition at you, but it looks like on the other side for Geek Fam, they have round out their composition with a Ziggs. So this shows a more poke-oriented composition for Geek Fam.
Okay, but they don't have a lot of CC on the side of Geek Fam. Yes, they have that, but how will Varus and Ziggs do the damage if everyone is running around on the side of Grind Sky? So that is going to be the first problem that they need to answer with on the side of Geek Fam. But Grind Sky, they have a lot of compositions here that is really good. They have picks. What I'm not really confident about is Chianese one on that Olaf, because Olaf has this this small margin of error that if ever he doesn't get ahead in the early game, it's gonna be hard there on in the late game, because he's a very, very early game champion.
Yeah, and he's a very straightforward champion as well. He runs at you. That's the only thing he does.
Exactly.
The only dash he could have is that flash and maybe his third ability. But he runs at you, so if he doesn't get ahead, he's not tanky enough. He doesn't have enough damage to be able to do his job. So it's gonna be something that we'll be looking at. We'll be looking if Chianese could be able to get to a point where he can just run up to this Ziggs and this Varus. But also as well, it's very hard as an Olaf, if you're just even in gold, to just run at this poke composition, because he just runs and he's a free target for all these skill shots. He might just get poked down before he can even deal any damage.
Yeah, and that is going to be the range advantage for the side of Geek Fam that they need to look out for. They need to have a perimeter every time that they're going to be going for fights. They need to go for front to back on this next fights, but because they don't have any CC to stop Chianese, it's okay because they have the Olaf anyway, so it's okay if we don't have CC on the side of Geek Fam, because Olaf is going to be charging anyway without any problem. That could have been answered with a Jarvan, but because the Jarvan was banned, they're really looking forward on the side of Grind Sky for this Olaf pick.
Yeah, and right now it looks like both teams are just playing very very default starts from both teams. Junglers right now just finishing up their jungle. Both are already finished up their red buff. So yeah, it looks like a more calmer game compared to our first game. But things could explode in just pretty fast because as we've seen a lot, both of these supports, especially Thresh, has been very impactful in the early parts of the game, enabling these early game picks, which can snowball in favor of one team.
Yeah, and what is good here is that I would like to point out that Flash from Nyx has already been burned in the bot side, so he cannot go for any more flashy plays right there because it has been burned by Bo a while ago with the Grand Entrance. But again, on the top side of the map, we're going to be seeing our first skirmish. They're going to be fighting. The Charm wasn't able to hit, but look at this. That's going to be the target coming into their side. That's a lot of pressure still. At this point in the game, Garen is still strong.
Yeah, Garrett is still strong. Both teams just going away from that fight. The Rift Scuttler was secured by Grind Sky right there. But although this Riven is pretty low right here, but does have just made a very good trade against the Garrett.
Okay, that is going to be it on the top side because at this point, that is going to be easy for Garen to be able to do some damage. But looking at the pressure that Bambi is putting onto Hockey, we all know that Ziggs is a very safe laner, right? But because it's Bambi holding onto the Ahri, the pressure is just coming in his face every time.
Yeah, and if you also saw right there, Bambi is not afraid to walk up against this Ziggs. The Ziggs might be throwing bombs, but Bambi's just gonna walk forward. This Ahri trying to get that charm in, which has forced the back from Haki right now. He is the one who has back first, getting those items, getting that mana back, while the Ahri right now is helping her team. Maybe looking at this blue buff right now.
And right now, whoever is going to be forced onto this situation onto the next minute that they need to go for fights, it's just that Grind Sky has been losing a lot of the tempo here because, you know, Lee Sin and Ola very early game champions and we're not seeing any successful ganks yet. Very, very surprising for me that they're not successful yet because for sure, on the next objective, that is going to be where they're going to be going for that fight.
Yeah, and it looked like for both teams, they both understood that the only fight that they were looking at the earlier parts was for that Rift Scuttler in the top side of the map. There were no kills for any of these teams, so they might be just looking at the next objective, as you mentioned. It might be either the Herald or the Drake. I will see how explosive that could be, but even though there are not any kills at the moment, Grind Sky is looking to have 1,000 gold lead at 3 minutes into this game.
Okay, they're going for this very aggressive pushes onto the mid lane. I'm really excited to see on how they're going to be controlling the mid lane because that most of the time that is what's going to happen. What they want to do is control the mid lane, wait for them to be able to get onto this next objective because really they want this next Drake because it's the Infernal Drake. It's everyone's favorite thing.
Yeah, and that's why we do see here some rotations on lane assignments. The Syra Khan went to the mid lane to shove that out as well as Ari gone to the bot side. We do see Tante getting that honey fruit earlier in the river, but there's a kick right here.
Okay, a very, very good kick, but they burned a lot of their summoner spells. I mean, a lot of their ultimates just because of that. Even the Chain of Corruption was burned. So Bambi is free to roam around at this Infernal Drake. Yes, they're going to be taking the Herald, but maybe they can do some damage onto this next one. They have the Smite, yes. They were able to take the Drake. They were able to put some pressure. That is going to be the Resonating Strike. Was able to get the hit. Okay, there you go. There's the Smite, the Spirit Rush. But at least he was able to get one in his favor. Now the Grand Entrance would be able to hit onto the Thresh. And that's going to be the kill. Nyx is going to pull that a 2-for-1. Trading objectives.
And that was just very beautifully played. There's even a kill in the mid lane. And that's a 3-for-1 in the end for Grind Sky.
Wow, Momo even fell down right there. I wasn't expecting the dive coming in from Chianese 1 because he know he has the referral. And that is going to be the hit again on the bot side. That is going to be another aggression from the side of Grind Sky. They're really just all around their tower diving, Geek Fam.
Yeah, and Chianese he's still going for it.
Yeah, he's still going for the fight. They were able to get the kill because of that. Chianese was punished by the members of Geek Fam right here.
Yeah, and just Grind Sky, it felt like they have all this pent-up aggression. They can't kill any for these fights in the last 4 minutes. Just all blew over in that dragon fight. And Bambi right there playing that fight so well. They were obviously not going for that Drake because they're Olaf and the Riven was taking that Herald. So they really just getting like pot shots in that Dragon Pit. And Ari was able to get a 1-for-1, which is already great because it was a 3v1 at that Drake Pit. At the same time, they were still able to pick up kills all over the map. That was a very good win right there for Grind Sky. But at the same time, it's a very overzealous play from Chinese. There's another fight here in the top side though.
Oh, a Righteous Glory was able to get used, and that is going to be the first kill on their side. And that's going to be the Charm coming in onto the Garen, and now he's going to be the next target, going to fall down, but they're not done yet. Bambi is still chasing onto Nyx. I think this is going to be the next Charm that they're waiting for. Okay, the Spirit Rush is going to come in. There's the Death Sentence. There's the Punish from the Dragon's Rage. They weren't able to follow up onto Bambi on the top side.
Yeah, and great plays coming from Grind Sky at the start of every fight. They're forcing these aggression, they're forcing these picks, but at the same time, it feels like they're playing very aggressively. At that point where it feels like they're giving up kills, like just like what happened to Chianis in the bot side of the map earlier, and as well with Bambi again. He did hit a very good charm in the river right there, trying to get one more kill on the side for Grind Sky, but giving up another kill just because of the over chase right there.
Yeah, because they're very overzealous as a team here on the side of Grind Sky. They really know how to turn things around whenever they can, and that's really what they want to do here. But sometimes they go out for trades, right? They give at least one kill for the members of Geek Fam, and that just gives life to Geek Fam. But again, with this, they don't have any vision on that side of the map. They're rotating around. They're waiting for each other, which is really interesting to see. And now Nyx is going to be the target here. Chinitz 1 is going to be going for that, and that's going to be the Ragnarok call. That's going to be the kill already. Very, very fast on their side. And now most of the members are still here in their favor, rotating on the top side. But again, there you go. Tante is now just freely taking the towers, or rather the minions on the bot side.
Yeah, and good heads-up play right there from Grind Sky, immediately noticing that, hey, we have control over the red side jungle of Geek Fam. We have wards over here, we have vision. We know if someone's gonna go in here, we can get that pick. They do get that pick, and right now, they are still pressuring that top side, while Tante right here is just split pushing the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they're trying to just do some damage here. Grind Sky is really doubling down on this aggression on the top side of the map. Chianis is going to go in. It's going to be the damage. Grand Entrance was able to hit on 2. No follow-ups whatsoever from the side of Grind Sky. But again, Momo is going to be the target. The damage from Chianis is just so much. But again, the punish is going to come in. Chianis is going to fall down in front of Bump. And again, most of the members, Nyx is just going to fall down also. Okay, that's going to be good. The killing spree, a 1-for-1 and a tower in favor of Grind Sky.
Yeah, and looks like GS is still looking for kills right here. Still looking for this fight. Bo going in against the Ziggs.
Okay, the Ziggs is going to be doing some damage, and that's going to be it. And Grind Sky still on the safe side of things here. But the objective is going to come in. The reset is going to come in for both of our sides.
Yeah, and Grind Sky just always their foot on the accelerator in every game right now. They've just been always forcing the issue. They were a bit more passive in the first 4 minutes of the game, but when the dam broke loose for them, they were able to keep pushing that tempo. They were about 1,000 gold lead a lot earlier in this game. Now they're about 5k. This Rift Herald take that looks to be starting here.
Okay, they're taking the Rift Herald. They're waiting for the chance to bounce back. But right now, what they know is that Tante is pincered. Most of them are rotating on the top side already, but most of the members of Grind Sky are at their ready to push onto the mid lane, just so that they can have a better positioning onto this next one. Dragon's Rage onto Tante, gonna be the target. He's gonna fall down. The flash is gonna come in. That is gonna be the play. That sentence won't be able to hit, but the Chain of Corruption will. That's gonna be Geek Fam taking 1-0, but the tower in the mid lane is gonna be up for trade for the side of Grind Sky.
Yeah, and there's a lot traded right there for the side of Geek Fam. They needed to use 2 ultimates right there just to get that pick on Tante. On the other hand, Grind Sky did open up this mid lane right here. Bambi trying to go for a Spirit Rush, maybe getting that charm. Does get that charm on that Ziggs.
Okay, Haki almost falling down right there. Geek Fam, they forced the barrier onto Haki, so now they confidently can go for this next ones. They don't have ultimates to work with though, so Grind Sky could make use of this timing for them to be able to take this trade.
Yeah, and all the pressure right now is on Geek Fam's side. Grind Sky has just kept pushing and pushing the tempo in their favor, and they have been playing this map very, very well. Right now they have that 1-0 in this series. It looks like they are really looking at that 2-0 moving to the next part of this tournament. But Geek Fam still fighting back. They're still looking for these fights. They have that poke composition, but it has just never been allowed to go online yet. Let's see if Geek Fam can force that issue.
Yeah, they aren't able to do this on the right timings. Grind Sky is always going to be up there right now. Look at that. They even threw the Rift Herald into the mid lane just to get some info, or rather let Geek Fam invest on their resources there, and they're going to be taking down the tower in the bot lane. So that is really good trades that they're doing all around the map. They have the map pressure. Only one tower is down on the side of Grind Sky.
Yeah, and it just feels like Geek Fam at this point is a bit lost. Grind Sky has been playing them around the map. I've been throwing them for a loop, and Grind Sky has just been pushing the tempo over and over again. They even already have the mid lane inhibitor turret in like 10 minutes in the game. Grind Sky is in a good position right now to be able to put down some wards, to be able to get the vision down for them to take the Baron. Because even though it is 11 minutes in the game, even though they have this big lead, it's still hard for them to just close out this game without taking that big objective.
Okay, they were able to take that down, and they're really looking for the next ones right now. It's really hard for Geek Fam to be able to turn things around in their favor, because right now, it's just that it's looking really good for Grind Sky, that they are really taking down objectives, wait for the right timings, and they're being a bit more disciplined right now. But again, Chianese, look at this. He's on the red side jungle of Geek Fam right now.
Just Chianese things right here. He did mention he is a bit more disciplined. I think his definition of discipline is just not running at them blindly, just not running at them dry and just hiding in the bush, waiting for the perfect opportunity to get these picks. But at the same time, this allows them to take control over this part of the map. He's kind of like a walking ward right now, and just really again pushing the tempo for Grind Sky. Tante is still in the split push right here, while Bambi is just shoving the mid lane. Grind Sky looks to be taking the last second tier turret.
Okay, Momo forced the flash right now, and that's not going to be really good for the side of Geek Fam, because look at that. They lost a lot of pressure just because of that, because there's no flash onto Momo anymore. They can take down anything that they want. Look at this on the bot lane, though. That's going to be the target, and Lee Sin is just going to be forced to back away. That's going to be okay. The Garen is in front of everyone, trying to do some damage. Dante was forced to flash away, and that's going to be okay. The charm was able to hit, though, and this is going to be the chance for them to turn around. Garen is going to be running around, just going to be trying to put some pressure onto themselves. But again, because of this, they might be able to take the towers in the bot side.
Yeah, but at the same time, it looks like Grind Sky is still going into pressure on the top side. Garen was hit with a charm, but doesn't go down.
Okay, that's gonna be it. They were going for more. Lee Sin is gonna go in. Tante is now gonna be the target. The shutdown came in. Bambi, look at that charm. Very beautiful onto Nyx, but the Mega Inferno Bump would be able to hit. And Nyx is not gonna fall down just because 1 HP. But here comes the party. Here comes Tactical trying to do some damage. And that's gonna be it. 1 down for the count. Here comes the Feather Storm. And that's gonna be the Blade Caller coming into their side. Double kill already. A 4-4-3 in favor of the side of Grind Sky. Look at this. Chinese is gonna be able to do some damage here. Chinese is gonna be pushing forward. That's a lot of damage. That is a Garen, remember everyone, and that's gonna fall down in favor of Grind Sky. I think they're gonna be ending the game. No, 2 seconds at the clock, so they're gonna be backing away.
Yeah, and they also don't have a minion wave to force that Nexus down, but Grind Sky just running down Geek Fam right there does take the delayed ace against Geek Fam, and it looks like they're putting themselves in a position to just take this Baron. Giannis and Bo is just for pushing these waves, but still with that mid lane inhibitor still down and these turrets very low at this point, Geek Fam needs to respect Grind Sky's split pushing, especially from the Riven, and might not have enough time to challenge the Baron when Grind Sky does take it.
Okay, now there's gonna be the chance for them to take this very easily. Mountain Drake, the most tanky Drake in the game, but it's not gonna be a problem just because Grind Sky would be able to take that down very fast, just because, you know, Tactical is really fed at this point in the game, and Bambi is also just investing a lot of resources onto this. Nyx not going to be able to hit that. He still has the Spirit Rush though. Bambi's going to be able to get away of this. That is going to be the Demotion Justice. They lost a lot of ultimates in just that one skirmish. That is not ideal for the side of Geek Fam. Grind Sky, now they know that, and they're going to be pushing onto the bot lane.
Yeah, and let's see what right here if Grind Sky can finish the game. There's some recalls that were stopped right here. There's still 2 members of Geek Fam here.
Okay, Bo, he still has the Grand Entrance, was able to hit onto the Lee Sin, and now that's going to be down, and 2 members are down for the count already, and look at the pressure that they're putting onto the mid lane. They might be able to take down Hockey, but they're going to be just taking the Baron here if they want to be safe.
Yeah, and Grind Sky might lock into the Baron right now. Yeah, there are starting this Baron is only 3 members from the side of Geek Fam. Their jungler is down, so there's no hope for Smite Seal right here. It looks like Grind Sky is just gonna take this Baron for free.
Okay, that is gonna be the Baron takedown for the side of Grand Sky. Geek fam. Oh no, they have almost 16k gold lead here for the side of Grand Sky. It's gonna be hard to turn things around, especially with their team composition. It's not gonna be really viable for them to do that. So they just need to get pick-offs if they want to win here. And that's basically what their team composition says. Yes, they get the death sentence on the Chianese, but that's not enough because they still have ways to get away from these fights.
Yeah, Chianes has his ultimate. He can just get away from any hard crowd control. And yeah, I do agree that the whole composition is not the best right now, but there's going to be a fight right here.
The grand entrance onto the backline was able to get two, and that's going to be it. A double kill already. That's going to be it. Grand Sky is going to be able to finish this. Elysian is just buying some time, and that's going to be falling down in their favor, and that's going to be it. Grand Sky was able to win this best of three on a very, very strong note against Geek Fam.
Yeah, and just with a blink of an eye, Grind Sky was able to finish that game, catching Geek Fam, five of the members of Geek Fam at the top side of their base, and the Rakan right there, Bo, was able to throw out that grand entrance, charming a lot of the members as well of Geek Fam, just finishing that fight right there, and Grind Sky will be moving to the next part of our tournament. Will be moving on to the next round, keeping their spot in the winner's bracket. While Geek Fam will be seeing them later tonight. Will be facing elimination against whoever will be the losing team for our next match.
Okay, yeah, that is gonna be the fight later on for Geek Fam against whoever is gonna be losing. So this is gonna be a best of three series thing. I mean, the Grand Sky versus Geek Fam was a best of three series. They were able to get the 2-0. Grand Sky really pushing their boundaries here on this last game. They were just able to constantly get that. Look at that. That is the goal lead that they had. They didn't even give just one chance for Geek Fam.
That is a beautiful gold lead. That's a beautiful graph right there. If you're on the side of Grind Sky right now, and yeah, Grind Sky, this gold graph says it all. They didn't play that aggressively earlier on. They had this bits of a gold lead, maybe due to laning, maybe due to some tower plates falling on their favor, and eventually they were just able to take control of the game with very good fights, get very good picks. And if you see right here, the most damage dealt from the side of Grind Sky is this Ari, is Bambi, and Bambi just being a very really good player on their side. And I'm not sure if it's just because of this Ari pick that you've been talking about, that Ari is his main champ, but I'm looking forward to see Bambi play a different champ just in case this is banned by the teams that they'll be facing in the next part of the tournament.
Yeah, I hope they're going to be ready for that in case that is going to be happening. But again, everyone, don't forget that we have a giveaway going on with NFTs and SAS tokens from Smash Chain. Share the live stream on Twitter or Facebook with the hashtag SGH Network and guessing who will be the champions of this tournament. Include your Trovo username and make sure it's following SGH Network. And again, big shout out to our sponsors, SGH Network, a tournament hosting network, as well as a content network where we feature the best and most flashy players in Call of Duty Mobile and League of Legends Wild Rift scenes on a large-scale online event. And also to Smash Chain, an upcoming curation of the world's most valuable catalog of rare non-fungible assets through partnerships and acclaimed artists, creators, and distinguished personalities from every industry. And again, everyone, we have been your casters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Crazy Apple. We'll just be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit. And welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Wild Rift Legends organized by Kaisa and SGH Network. And we're going to be starting in just a bit for this next game. And this is going to be very exciting. And again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. And what do you think about that last series that we had, Crazy Apple?
Well, I can't say I'm completely unbiased, but I'm so happy to see Grind Sky's performance. As our viewers might know, Grind Sky is a Philippine team, but
Yeah.
I'm also thinking about how Geek Fam. I know that team because of their League of Legends PC background. I know some of their past players, previous players. I've known them as well that played in
Right.
SEA, and maybe they could do something when it comes to the losers bracket, extra preparation and stuff like that. But it can't
Right.
take out the fact that Grind Sky had a beautiful performance earlier, really playing to their players' strengths, and I'm just so excited to see what they're gonna do in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, they're really just playing around their strengths here. And not right now on this next game, we're going to be seeing one team and Lannister. One team is from Taiwan, Lannister is from Thailand. And they're very well known teams in their regions, right? So that is going to be a very interesting fight that we're going to be seeing right here. And what do you think about the meta so far that we've seen for the games that has happened? Crazy Apple, because so far, there's a lot of picks that are the same that we see every time. For example, a Galio, a Riven, and a Renekton, they're always the contested picks, especially the first picks for most of our players.
Yeah, I think the meta has been very similar to Horizon Cup. It is a new patch, but due to the new champions, Kale and Morgana can't be picked yet for our tournament. Just because of how new they are, also the new items are not allowed to be made. So we are seeing a lot of the champions that dominated the Horizon Cup. We look back at the patch notes. There's not a lot of them that were really adjusted heavily. One champion that I kind of want to see because of the changes that has happened is Amumu.
Right.
Amumu was changed to fit more of the League PC counterpart, where they made his first ability, his bandage toss, into an ammo system where you can have up to two of them at a time, two charges, which
Yeah.
enables you to either use both of them to stun one target or maybe to close the gap by attaching to one. I'm looking forward to that. If we do see that, maybe it's a bit of the change in the meta. But at the same time, I think there's a lot of these picks that were picked in the Horizon Cup, which also were strong in the
Mhm.
previous patch, just because this is still comfort. The patch is still very new to us. It just dropped recently, so these teams might be playing more on comfort rather than what could be strong in the latest patch.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we don't really see a lot of grades just because of the slight adjustments that has happened to him
Yeah.
during the recent patch. Because most of the time, right on Horizon Cup, we're seeing a lot of grapes just because of the sheer the insurance that
Yeah.
it gives for most of the teams. Just because most of the champions that are in the jungle are really early game champions, and having the Graves, who is a late game monster, is an insurance for pro teams in the SEA. And that is, I mean, even on the Horizon Cup, that's why I was really looking forward for the Graves getting picked here, but I have seen just one or two, right?
Yeah,
On the last games.
Yeah, I think it's only been picked twice. I think it's more of the interpretation of these teams. Since if you look on paper, he was nerfed a bit.
Yeah.
There were some damage nerfs to and scaling nerfs to Graves, which makes it at first glance you might think, okay, I might not pick this champion immediately because I'm not sure if he can still deal the same amount of damage as before. But I still feel that the nerfs to him were not as big. Were not that impactful for him overall as a strength of a champion. And yeah, we might be seeing him later today, or we might be seeing him in the next few days. It just might be there are moments where you go into a tournament, you're trying to pick more comfort. You do have that safety net of this is a double elimination tournament. It is a best of 3 for the first part for our upper bracket, but when you go into the lower bracket, it is a best of 1. That's maybe where you throw more of your patented or practice compositions, or maybe some new strong picks, more practice strong picks. So yeah, just a lot of things that these teams are always considering whenever they go into these games.
Yeah, and I really am interested on how they're going to be turning around on this next game, because it's one one team versus a Lannister, right? Because based on what I've seen so far, based on from their stats, it's really gonna be hard to look at, especially with their composition. I'm really expecting a lot of surprises from these teams because most of the time, when it comes down to it, teams like this are really up for a surprise, and I'm really excited on what they're gonna be drafting onto the next games because right now the meta is really slowly shifting. I really like the addition of a Caitlyn and a Jace in the game because Jace has been known to be a really early game monster
Yeah.
in League PC, right? And right now, just because that games are really fast on Wild Rift, Jace hasn't been utilized that much just because everyone is scared that if ever Jace doesn't get the advantage. But I think Jace right now on Wild Rift is built more of a bruiser compared to the damage a poke monster that he is on League of Legends PC.
Yeah, it does feel like he utilized a lot more of his melee form compared to
Yeah.
League PC, where he utilized a lot more of his range form. And even way back, if you remember when Jace was newly released, at the start of at the start of his release, he was more of a played alongside with the AD assassins. He was played in the mid lane. He was played also on the top lane. It hasn't felt like that was his transition right now. That's why the developers Riot has buffed him to a certain extent. I'm maybe it's just because he's new. The players still haven't played him. But if we do see Jace a lot more, it might feel a lot more like in PC where there's some niche players, there's some specialists who just play a lot of Jace and they can show the full potential of the champion. We are still waiting for that because as much as we see Jace as this champion we've known for a long time, I think he's not one of these champions where you play him a couple of times, you already know everything about him because he just has so many combos. He has 6 abilities if you don't count his weapon changing. So there's a lot of combos that you really need to memorize and to take advantage of. And I've played him a bit in Wild Rift, and as much as it feels a lot like playing him on PC, just because the game is the mobile version. This Wild Rift is a bit different to how you play on PC. It takes some getting used to playing the champion.
Right. That is going to be the thing that they're going to be looking forward for. And also, the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn has been up for a bit right now, right? And we all know Caitlyn in League of Legends PC. Caitlyn has always been this ADC that has a lot of zoning potential, right? Because especially against engaged compositions, Caitlyn is so good at putting pressure against most of the members that try to engage just because those traps are really strong, especially in Wild Rift because the damage of Caitlyn is just through the roofs right now. And I'm waiting for someone to pick this Caitlyn because, Caitlyn has a high skill ceiling for sure. That's why nobody is picking her yet. They're really just getting used to on how she could get used in Wild Rift.
Yeah. Caitlyn is this one of these, you could say, marksmen or AD carries that if you're a marksman main, if you're a AD carry main, you need to know how to play her. She's one of these basic, but at the same time has everything that you're looking in a marksman. Long range, scales well into the late game, has a bit of a dash, has those traps that can really make use out of. She's a really, I feel like she's a simple yet very good, well designed champion that really. That is not as can't just be left behind by newer champions. So it might just be really these players looking forward to more different combinations because in League PC one of her best duo partners in the bot lane and the support position is Morgana.
Right.
Maybe it's just these players not yet fully utilizing they don't feel like they can utilize Caitlyn to her full potential without trying her out yet with Morgana. Caitlyn Morgana is, as a lot of players would know, is this very scary bot lane that can just snowball a lead from there. It is this very technical matchup that if your duo is just more skilled than the other team, they're just gonna roll over you with this combination. So it might that be that factor. That's why we're not seeing a lot more Caitlyn at the moment. But when we do see Morgana in Wild Rift, we might see a lot more Caitlyn moving forward.
Yeah, and I really want to see the Caitlyn later on because Morgana right now has been patched, and I think Morgana is one of the most OP champions that is going to be good in the meta. That could really turn things around in the meta right now. Because right now we have a lot of engaged compositions. That's usually the case when it comes to the high levels of play, right? Everybody wants to go for engaged compositions. But with this, they might turn things around. They might slow down with that because the spell shield from the black shield from Morgana and also the ultimate, especially that stasis is very cheap on this game. It's gonna be really easy for Morgana to be an anti-tank or rather an anti-engage rather than having the Janna, which is a more safer option.
Yeah, I fully agree with that one. Stasis is a lot cheaper here in Wild Rift compared to League PC, where you either rely on the stopwatch to get that early stasis, or you need to full buy that Zonias. And on the support, usually where Morgana is played on League PC, sometimes in the jungle, but she has mostly been played in the support position. It's really hard to get for that Zonias, but in Wild Rift, it's really easy to get that stasis enchantment from the boot. So really looking forward to that one. At the same time, I see Morgana as this champion that when there's a lot of single target engage that doesn't really have a lot of that you don't have a lot of magic damage poke to come with it, she can really dominate the meta. So as you mentioned, there's a lot of engage right now, but a lot of the engages coming in are from Jarvans, or from, as we see in this game, Riven. A lot of AD champions, a lot of AD bruisers and juggernauts, and they don't deal magic damage, so they can't take away the black shield when a certain champion comes in. And alongside, if it's when Morgana comes in and it's still gonna be this very heavy engage meta, I feel like she might be permaban or priority pick.
Exactly.
Because if you have a Morgana with your engaged champion, let's say you have that Riven, or earlier you have that Olaf, and you just put that black shield on him, that champions can just run over your whole composition. So it's gonna have this push and pull, this balancing act that we're gonna see in the next few patches, and hopefully we'll get to see Morgana in action soon.
Yeah, and I'm really expecting to see that just because we're in a very, very AD centric meta right now. I hope that because Morgana is gonna come in, there's gonna be a bit of a change. Mages in the mid lane are gonna be more viable compared to the assassins that has been thrown out, especially in solo queue. The Zed, the Akshan even being thrown out in the mid lane most of the time. They're really, really good picks. But right now, because of the presence of Morgana, I think I'm going to be seeing a lot more of the Orianna, a lot of the control mages that is going to be coming out. But again, there's a lot of reworks that is going to come in, with the Kale also being a late game monster. I think because Kale is going to come in the game, Jax is also going to be a possibility to be a meta champion again, just because of the presence of Kale. If Kale's release is going to be OP.
Yeah, we'll see on what how the players play out. Kale, haven't tried her out yet, but the thing is with Wild Rift, there's a lot of early ganks, especially in the top side of the map. There's a lot of early tower dives, and when it comes to Kale, she's not as strong before she hits that level 5, before she gets her ultimate. So she can be easily tower dove on. Especially if there are teams that would really focus on that. So it's gonna be hard to see where Kale lands on Wild Rift, just because of how the tempo is. The pacing of the game is just a lot faster than in League PC. I think in League PC, Kale can survive when there are metas where the ganking junglers are not as strong, but with the prevalence still of champions like Lee Sin, champions like we also saw Kha'Zix earlier, but I think Olaf is one of them, and Graves. These champions can just force a dive on the Kale and just immediately take her down. But we'll have to see, because there's also a lot of new items out, and I just want to also talk about, I guess, one of the items that I'm really, really excited to try. I don't think it's gonna be meta. I don't think it's gonna be competitively viable. But I saw Ixtali Seed Jar, and my head's like, I can get a blast cone and put it in front of my teammate and push them into the Baron pit.
Right. You're right, exactly.
There's just like so many new possibilities, and something that that's why I also love Wild Rift. We came from League PC, but seeing the innovation that Wild Rift has in items and changes to champions and the different possibilities that they're bringing to the table, like that item, like Ixtali Sieger, like I can't imagine that being in League PC, but in Wild Rift, like seeing an item where you can put down the seed of any plant that you destroy is just it's
Right.
just super good. Like even on supports, if you're full items, you have you still have one slot left or maybe two, another slot. You can maybe swap that out for the seed jar and get a Scryer's Bloom so that you can get more control over an objective in the late game. So there's just a lot of possible strategic flexibility with this item.
Yeah, and I really like the way that this is going to be turning out, right? Because there's also that item that helps out Ixtali Sieger, which is Hextech Mega Drive, right? So with the Hextech Mega Drive, that makes the more tanky options, for example, even a Leona would be viable just because of that item, because it lessens the cooldown of active items, and also with the CC. And you all know how much of a CC chain monster Leona is. So that's why
Yes.
it's expected that this Hextech Mega Drive is going to be meta, especially for those champions that have a lot of CC, and Alistar, which is always, I want Alistar to be meta just because that champion is, even though that he's easy to use, he is a lot, he really puts a lot in favor of the team, and I really like seeing an Alistar.
Yeah, Alistar is this champion that feels straightforward, but he has a lot of this technical, mechanical things that
Right.
you need to know to be able to play him efficiently. And for our viewers out there, we are currently experiencing a bit of a delay. We're just waiting for the teams right now to start the pick and ban. But while we're waiting, you can listen a bit to our current podcast of the newest items coming into Wild Rift and some of the champions that we're looking forward to. And yeah, just to add as well on the newest items. There's also Banshee's Veil and Edge of Night.
Yeah.
Really
Right.
looking forward to those items because one thing that I was thinking when I started playing Wild Rift set, it's hard to play control mages because it feels like you get pop when you get hit by CC. But having
Right.
that, especially in late game team fights, so having that Banshee's Veil gives you that at least one layer of protection to not get picked out. Like for example, we have Morgana now in the game, so
Right.
having that Banshees is super important, so that you just don't get permanently snared by Morgana.
Oh yeah, and that is gonna be what I really like here. Because the reason why control mages aren't really picked that much is like what you said, they easily get popped by a lot of the options that we have right there. But because of that, also that it also enhances the assassins right
Yes.
now on the next patch, because Edge of Night is gonna come in. So that is basically, that just took off that extra layer of protection, because that the assassin also has that extra layer of protection. That basically just balances it out. So I think control mages would still have a hard time. But I think because of what you said a while ago, because we have seen a bit of the Lulus going in the mid lane on Wild Rift, and because of this new support items, that might be possible here.
Yeah, and yeah, there's a lot of new items out right now for 2.6. Might be more in the future, but before that, before we get into the game, we are throwing to a short break. We'll be back in a bit. Stay tuned, guys, because there's still gonna be the game between Team One, one team, and Team Lannister. So stick around. We'll be right back.
And welcome everyone to the Asia Wild Rift Legends. And again, we're very sorry for that long wait. It's just that one team versus Lannister. Lannister has been defaulted already, giving one team the chance to go to the winners bracket. And Lannister now back here on the losers bracket with Geek Fam, and they're gonna be the ones that are gonna be fighting right now. But again, we're gonna be the shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple.
Yeah, very unfortunate result right there from Team Lannister. They had encountered a bit of a technical difficulty on their end, and as the rule book suggests, after 15 minutes of not being able to show up, a point on the best of three will be awarded to the other team. And for Team Lannister, they were not able to comply on two counts of it. So about 30 minutes, they were handed that disqualification again in that match. But they are now ready for fighting. And here in the lower bracket, they will be going against Geek Fam. I didn't think that we would see Geek Fam again this fast. I thought we'd be seeing them later tonight. But we'll be seeing Geek Fam and Team Lannister, and it will be elimination match. So both of these teams are just gonna really try and show everything that they have, because this is just a best of one. This is just a one-off game, and if they lose, they'll be out of this tournament.
Yeah, and that is gonna be what's scary here onto this next matches, because right now with this Geek Fam, this is their backs against the wall for both of our teams. They don't have any room for error because it's a best of one. So I'm really excited on what they're gonna be pulling out onto this next one. They don't have a lot of info on Lannister right now just because they haven't played. But a while ago, Geek Fam showed signs of life. It's just that their team composition isn't built to fight against Grind Sky. So now with a different objective, maybe their strategies a while ago would work against Lannister.
Yeah, and in terms of our info on Lannister, it is mostly from their previous team. Their roster is made up of a lot of the team called Mac Mercenary, which were part of the Icon series in Thailand, and they finished fourth place in their region. So this is also a veteran team in terms of the Wild Rift scene. On the other hand, for Geek Fam, they are a veteran organization. They have some newer players on their hand, and we did see them earlier. We'll see if they will be trying to change it up a bit. Maybe they have something up their sleeve. It felt like they were playing to the tune of Grind Sky earlier. Let's see if they can change that a bit. Maybe they could force the issue against Team Lannister. And right now we are starting at the pick and ban phase, where Team Lannister is on the blue side and Geek Fam is on the red side of the map.
Okay, with this already, you already know what they're going for here. They're taking off a lot of those engaged compositions, so they might want to go for pick compositions just because they don't have a lot of the options right now. Yes, there's a ribbon. If ever they want to go for a first pick here on the side right now of Lannister, but on the side of Geek Fam, can also go for a reaction play here if ever, because there's a lot of options that's open for the others. But look at that, the Riven has been first pick.
Yeah, and you're right on that one. The priority pick on the side of Team Lannister has been that Riven. We're not sure yet where that Riven is gonna go. We have seen that Riven going to the jungle and sometimes in the top lane. So we'll see where that champion will be going. We do see some of the hovers right now from Team Lannister's side, but it looks like this is gonna be a different look for Geek Fam, locking in that Vi, which most probably is going to go into that jungle position and also locking in that Thresh.
Okay, they didn't really pick a lot of those. Yeah, like what I'm saying, they didn't really pick a lot of those very strong potential picks from the other side, because right now the Diana is open. There's also a Lee Sin open if ever they want to go for that, but they went in for the Saya Rakan, so they have a chance on the side of Geek Fang to pick up that Diana.
Yeah, and there's a lot of right now priority on that Saya Rakan pick we've been seeing in this day one of our Asia Legends tournament, and Zyra Khan shown to be a very strong and solid lane duo, and we'll see what is the answer right here from Geek Fam. They have locked in that Darius and the Corki. Most probably the Corki would be going into that bot side of the map.
Oh, looking at these champions on the side of Lannister, they have a lot of ways to win. Because look at that. If ever this Ari gets picked again, we can see a change. Because this is basically... Oh my, if ever they pick this, that is just a deja vu for Geek Fam. They're going to be seeing the Ari again.
Yeah, it feels like, it's the Ari again, guys. But yeah, it is the third straight game going against an Ari. They might have more preparation on it. Also, we can't discount the fact that Ari was being piloted by Bambi. We're not sure what the look
Right.
is yet on the side of Team Lannister, but if it's any sign that how Bambi piloted the champion, it is still a very strong champion in the hands of the right player. But the last pick right here from Geek Fam would be the Akshan going to that mid lane.
Okay, they went full on with the early game here. So if ever this early game playstyle of Geek Fam would work against another team, maybe this is their chance against Lannister. But right now, looking at the composition of Lannister, I'm really leaning towards them just because they have a composition who has a lot of CC, who has a good balance of CC, who has a good balance of damage. But on the other side, we only have early game damage with the Akshan, with the Darius. So if the they have a deadline. If ever they don't finish a game in 15 minutes, that could be a win for Lannister.
Yeah, and it feels like this is really the game plan for Geek Fam. As some players would mention, or as the saying goes, third time's the charm. We'll see
Right.
if this third time where they'll go for this early game team comp can go in their favor. I think what we're gonna look at right here for Geek Fam is that they need to play their tempo. They need to be the ones dictating where they're gonna go, where the other team's gonna go, so that they could really take full advantage of this of their team comp.
Okay, yeah, if ever they were going for that team composition, but right now, looking at the game, it's really looking pretty fast for the side right now. There's already been a first blood against Bank Club, and now they're going to be going for more. Momo might fall down. That's going to be the kill. The supports are really going for it. A 2-for-1 already. I think this is going to be the kill, and that's going to be a big advantage for Geek Fam, just solidifying their early game advantage.
Yeah, and right there, Geek Fam solidifying immediately that bot lane advantage. Right there, getting the 2 kills in exchange of 1 on the side of Team Lannister. Just very well executed right there. More of just the first levels. Maybe they're just trying to get a small skirmish, but Geek Fam just finishing the kill right there.
Yeah, they were able to get the win, and they might be able to get more. And looking at this, look at how they play. They're super aggressive on the side of Geek Fam. Even the top side, we're seeing the Darius even doing a lot of damage against 2-step, and that is just playing on the tempo of Geek Fam. So this is really looking like a different Geek Fam right now.
Yeah, and that's what we were looking for earlier. That adjustment of being more aggressive, playing their tempo, forcing that tempo on the other team. And if you're playing this aggressive, trying to make these plays, trying to put more gold into your pockets earlier on, it could really extend the lead of that early game.
Yeah, they really want to go for that lead. But right now, looking at how he's going to turn out, it's just that a level 4 Vi at this point in the game is really hard to deal with. He has, oh no, he was able to get the death sentence in. The Bolt Breaker would be able to hit, but again, they were forced back out of the way just because that Rakan and Saya are really hard to deal with early in the game.
Yeah, and Rakan basically has a free out whenever there's a Zaya beside him. I can really go for these more aggressive looks, aggressive vision or ward placements in the river. And yeah, just overall showing right there the interaction between these two champions. On the other side for Team Lannister's jungler, Riven did steal that Krugs away from the Vi.
Yeah, they were able to get it. At least that's a bit of a tempo break for the jungler right now of Geek Fam, because Geek Fam is really aggressive. 4 members, look at this, 4 members strong on the bot side, were able to do some damage, but not enough to be able to. Nyx is now down to the low HP, a rotation coming in from the area, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the first kill, a 1-for-1. Not gonna be good for the Vi though. They have the Spirit Rush, here comes it. Momo is gonna fall down. A good reaction play from the side right now of Lannister. What a good play from the Ari.
Yeah, the Ari right there. What a good read as well. It felt like the read right there from the mid laner of Lannister. Bot lane, noticing that there's the options missing in the mid lane. Maybe I could get a counter gank off, and indeed he went for that counter gank. In the end, it went in the favor of Lannister because Geek Fam started that fight with the tower dive in the bot lane.
Oh, yeah, and now we're seeing on the top side, they're going to be going for another tower dive. On the list, he's trying to do some damage, but I think that is going to be hit for him also. What a good play from Geek Fam. They were able to get a 1-for-1 on the top side.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade right there on a gank against that Darius. It's really hard to gank that Darius whenever he is, especially under that turret. He can just sustain with his first ability. He can just get that healing off, and unfortunately, there were 2 very low members from the side of Team Lannister. That's why he was able to get that 1-for-1. Right now, looking at the gold for both of these teams. It's very up to it feels very even at this point. Only about like 100 to 300 in favor of Geek Fam.
Yeah, Geek Fam was able to get their advantage right now. I really love to see this. A very good change of tempo for the team, and they're really just looking around the map. Lannister is just playing in their favor because what you want here on this team composition is to take fights and take fights. But Lannister is always answering back, which is really not the ideal situation for Geek Fam.
Yeah, and Lannister, as we mentioned earlier, this looks up a lot like the team composition from Grind Sky earlier. They have that Zaya, they also have that Ari, which really gives a lot of damage in the later parts of this fight. Zaya is also a crit marksman compared to this Corki right here from Geek Fam. But it looks like Geek Fam is pushing the tempo. They're taking this Rift Herald.
Okay, they're going for more. That is going to be their flag and drag the Cataclysm. But look at that. That is so much damage coming in from the package. And they were able to get the double kill already. Geek Fam. And they were able to just trade with one. They lost a lot of members. They got the Rift Herald. What a win for Geek Fam.
Yeah, and that felt like a bit of over-aggression right there from Team Lannister. It looks like the Zaya right here is going to face this action. We'll just clear the wave since the Rakan is still right there. But yeah, Rakan going in right now, going for that grand entrance.
Yeah, they were able to get the grand entrance, but that's so much damage, almost losing their lives there under the turret. It's just that early in the game, you really can't fight against an Akshan because his kit is basically him getting in and out of fights. And that's what he wants to do. He wants you to force a fight against him.
Yeah, and he loves these kinds of fights where he can go 1v1 against you, because when he is able to use that swing ability, he can just get a lot of the procs from his passive. But yeah, in the case of Lannister earlier, it really felt like he was they were being very aggressive. They knew that the package was up for the Corki, and they went into that tight corner. They even used a Jarvan ultimate to trap themselves in that package. Right. So it felt like a very just over aggressive call right there from Lannister. That's why right now Geek Fam did capitalize on that mistake and have a 2k gold lead against Team Lannister.
Honestly, that is the reason why you don't really fight against a Corki when it comes to the objectives, just because especially you have to step with the Cataclysm. If you use the Cataclysm, you're going to be trapped inside the package. For sure, Momo is going to use it on the right timing. So what they want to do here is wait for the package to come in, then they go for the engage. That is going to be the play against this, because their champions are very one-note. When they go for an engage, like here in the bot side though, going to be doing some damage, but there's a lot of members coming in. So there's going to be the Death Sentence was able to hit onto the Ari, and that's going to be the Rampage onto the Bite. That's going to be it. Feather Storm has been used. He has the Blade Caller. They're waiting for the right chance to go in. That's going to be the knock-up coming into their side, but that Blade Caller just dealt so much damage, and now they're really running around here. They need to get the kill. They want Hacky to be able to revive all of his teammates, though. He might be able to do that. He will be able to get the kill. That's going to be it. Hacky was able to get one and gets two, and that's going to be it. Geek Fam was able to win the fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, and at the start of that fight, when they were still at the first tier turret of Geek Fam, I was thinking to myself, hey, Geek Fam's defending. They're not pushing the momentum, but that was all a trap laid down for Team Lannister. They let Team Lannister come to them, come to their towers, and they're able to pincer essentially Team Lannister when they were retreating, going into their first tier turret in the bot side. They were able to get that pick off, and they were able to get the tower. They were able to get those kills, and now they have ballooned that gold lead from 2,000 to almost 5k.
Yeah, this is the deadline. This is the bare minimum of what they need to do in their team composition. They need to be really aggressive. They need to be all around the map. Snowball, don't let them farm. Because if Lannister finds a chance, they're going to be pouncing on it. And Geek Fam needs to be wary of that every time. Because right now, look at this. They're just taking over. They're really all around. They're even trading. For them to put the pressure, they're even trading the tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, and right now it feels like also Team Lannister is just moving around the map. It's like, hey, Geek Fam, you're going into this part of the map, we're going to go into this side. They're essentially playing what Grind Sky was also doing a bit earlier, but it looks like there's going to be a fight happen in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to be going for a fight here. That's going to be a lot of damage from the Charm coming into their side. One member fell down already. Momo, that's a big chunk of damage that they lost right there. That's going to be the Cataclysm onto a lot of members, though. That is going to be a good chance for them to turn things around. It's going to be good for Geek Fam. They're trying to deal a lot of damage. The Blade Color might be able to end them all, though. That's going to be the good timing. A lot of members are low in HP, but they were able to take that down with the Akshan ult, and Geek Fam still gets the upper hand in the end there.
Yeah, that was a tower dive right there again from Team Lannister, going to go against the members of Geek Fam. A lot of members of Geek Fam were very low with that blade calling from the Zaya, but the damage still wasn't enough. It wasn't there yet. This Zaya doesn't have the amount of damage that she needs to be able to just execute all of those members. But what I'll get out from that fight is Team Lannister being able to take the first tier mid lane turret.
Yeah, I'm really afraid of, especially every time that they were able to go for fights there, that Comeuppance is not supposed to be dealing that much damage. But look at this Momo right now. It's online. The Grand Edges was able to get two on the back line. A lot of members are falling down, and there's a lot of them. The package is just pushing them back out of the way. What is this? Gig Fam knows how to use that, and now because of that, the pressure has been relieved, and they might be pushing on the top third.
Yeah, and as well pushing the top turret, also securing that Herald. There's another fight here.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going for it again, and that is going to be it. Lannister is now answering back. They were able to get that, but look at this. The ultimate coming in from there. The assault and battery 5 stacks onto one of the heads there. But Lannister is still chasing. They have the charm, though, so they might be able to chase him down. They're really going for it, but at least they were able to answer back on that pressure coming in from Geek Fam.
Yeah, and Herald being summoned here right now. The top side, Geek Fam felt like they were overstayed a bit in that side of the map. Allowed Team Lannister to pick them off, trying to get more kills. And right now, Team Lannister is about to get their first Drake of the game.
Okay, I think Bluff X really is something to look out for against the teams right here, because he has a lot of items already at this point in the game. Momo right now going to be backing away. The Comeuppance has been used, but at least they were able to take that Mountain Drake a little bit beefy for Lannister, if ever. So that's going to be good investment for them. But look at this. Geek Fam is forcing the issue. Oh no, Momo has been hit by the charm. It's not going to be good. This is going to be the target. The Grand Entrance was able to hit a lot too. And that's a lot of CC coming in from the side of Lannister. Geek Fam, they're slowly crumbling. Lannister is just looking forward for this fight because they know that they might be able to win it, but two members have fallen down already. It's a good thing that Geek Fam knows how to back away.
Yeah, and Geek Fam did back away immediately out of that fight, but it's still Geek Fam needs to keep pressing the lead. They keep needing to push the momentum, as we were talking about earlier. They have an early game composition. If they can't keep ballooning their gold lead, it's gonna be harder for them later on. Because look at Zaya already has two items. Has that IE, has that static shield, also has that stasis enchantment for extra protection. Because he knows that the other team only has one member that they really are looking to burst out on. Darius right now though chasing down Team Lannister.
Oh, I think they want to go for here, but they know that the Blade Caller is still up. That is a good grand entrance to the Blade Caller. That is so much damage just from these two members alone. They're gonna go for it. The death sentence was able to hit, but now you're realizing it, Crazy Apple, that right now Lannister has the damage to deal with Geek Fam.
Yeah, it really showed there that the damage is with Team Lannister. And Zaya Rakan is still a very, very strong combo. And you can really see right there, they were able to deter the aggression from Geek Fam. There were like, 3-4 members from Geek Fam right there. And they immediately noticed that, hey, why is Darius running up to us when we have all this damage? This just shows that, hey, there might be more behind him. And that was a good recognition of the aggression right there from Geek Fam. If you don't give them the fight, Team Lannister can just get away, keep getting more gold, and eventually can, get to a point where they can just win these fights.
Yeah, and remember, all the gold is funneled onto their Vi. Look at that, 11k gold onto the Vi. He won't be dealing a lot of damage. Yes, he has the Stark's Gauge. Yes, he has the Triforce. But right now, it doesn't really matter that he has these items, because right now, Lannister, with all these players, even the Riven, with the 2-item Power Spike for almost all of them, look at that. Even their Ari has the Rabadon's Death Cap right now. So that's a lot of damage that's going to come through onto this next fight. Now, they are forced to be reactive. They use the Assault and Battery onto the Jarvan. They lost that member, and that is good timing because the Rift Herald is going to come in just a bit.
Yeah, I was just about to say as well that the Vi, as you were pointing out, Vi had a lot of gold, so she really needs to force these fights. Really need to get these picks because Vi, as a champion, has a lot of dashes, but still very one-dimensional. Needs to get these picks. Yeah. Are going in though.
Okay, that is a good grand entrance. At least they forced the Proto Belt out of the way, so later on they have less things to work with for the side of Lannister. But Geek Fam, okay, it's a good thing that Geek Fam is not giving any more advantages. They're really letting that 5k gold lead sink. They're not letting Lannister get even close to that 5k gold lead. Maybe at least 500 gold close, but not enough for Lannister to have a chance to come back from this. That's a really good strategy, but right now, 13 minutes in the game, they're slowly getting into that deadline.
Yeah, and we both know that even though there's a 5k gold lead for Geek Fam, a 5k gold lead doesn't mean as much the later the game goes. It
Right.
meant a lot at about like 6 minutes, 7 minutes into this game. But right now we're about to hit that 14-minute mark. We're about to get into the late game part of this game, and that 5k won't mean as much right now. Though the
Right.
charm does hit on the Vi.
Yeah, they were able to hit on the charm there. Really, really good on that. But again, it's not going to be meaning much because with the Guardian Angel already on the side of Vi, he can go in every time that he wants to. Because even if he has assault batteries onto the backline, it's going to be okay. Just because he can be revived again. That's basically a 6v5 at this point in the game. So they're going to go in again. He was able to hit. What was that? Steal coming in from the Riven. Now they're running around. There's not a good fight to be in. Geek Fam is just trying to get all the kills that they can, though. But there's a lot of damage from the Saya. He's free to hit everyone that he wants, though. That's a good positioning coming in from the Saya. He might be getting the Blade Caller, but that's a double kill coming in from the Darius already. That's going to be it. That's the last one. Geek Fam was able to get the win on that last fight.
Yeah, and eventually that fight went in favor of Geek Fam. A heroic effort right there from the Riven, going into the Dragon Pit, essentially stealing it with her ultimate. But Geek Fam, they were able to immediately ball up, wait for these fights, wait for their cooldowns, go in and out one at a time, and able to throw their damage at Team Lannister and eventually win that fight. It might be the end right here.
Oh, okay. They went in for the more conservative option. They went in for the back. They're gonna be very methodic about this. But I thought that fight was really going in favor of the members of Lannister just because Saya.
Yes.
I mean, Bank Love was always getting the hits there. But because everyone is spread around, what you want with the Saya is that everyone stays in formation. Everyone goes for a front to back fight. But during that fight, Geek Fam was all around the place. He wasn't able to get a really good blade color during that last fight. And that's what really lowered the DPS coming in from Bank Love.
Yeah, and it goes to show as well how Geek Fam has been ahead in most of this game. They were able to wait out their flash timers. Then when they were going for that fight in the Dragon Pit, they still had their flashes. And I think what was pivotal there were the flashes being used by the Darius. There's another pick right in the top side.
Okay, the top side, looking at this, the damage is going to come in. That's going to be Geek Fam. That's a rampage onto the Darius. They might be going for more, but I think with the Geek Fam playstyle, they're going to be just taking that Baron.
Yeah, they're gonna go for this Baron right here. Jungler is down on the side of Team Lannister, so there's no chance for getting that smite steal. This Baron is down to half HP.
Okay, this is going to be the chance for them. Geek Fam, look at that. They're trying to do some damage. Maybe they might be able to get the steal here. Never mind. That was a good kill coming in from Geek Fam. They're trying to get everything down in their favor. That's a lot of damage from the Corki. I wasn't expecting that the Charm would be able to hit, but they were able to get the kill onto the ADC. The 1 HP onto the Darius, almost surviving right there. But look at that. That is going to be it. That is going to be the kills. Geek Fam seals the deal right now, and that's going to be the Baron ticking and the base ticking on the side of Lannister.
Yeah, and the only champion that's able to defend for Team Lannister is the Riven right now. Riven against the world, trying to deter GF right here, but looks like it's going to be the end of this game.
Okay, that's going to be the end. That's going to be the win for the side of Geek Fam. Very good play coming in from Geek Fam. They were able to survive onto this loser's bracket. That is going to be a best of one, and Lannister is now eliminated against the members of Geek Fam. Congratulations for Geek Fam to be able to survive on our loser's bracket. And again, that was a very good play. They really are. This composition is very one-dimensional, right? As we said a while ago, they want to go in. They want to go for fights. They want to get the early game lead. And that is really what they did against Lannister. That the gold lead didn't really balloon that much, but at least it was kept at the very safe option for the side of Geek Fam.
Right, and if this is how Geek Fam plays when they're ahead, if this is how they play when they are able to make the most use out of their composition, because as we mentioned earlier, even in their games against Grind Sky, they're still playing these one-dimensional one-pick compositions, trying to really snowball the game from there. And we saw right there that Geek Fam, when they're ahead, they know what are their win conditions, what up to what point they can step forward on, and when they can't, when they need to tone down the aggression a bit so that they won't overextend themselves. And we saw right there how Geek Fam just was able to dictate the pace of the game. On the other hand, though, for Team Lannister, unfortunately, they are eliminated from the tournament. They have lost their match here in the lower bracket. But I'm still looking forward to Team Lannister maybe in the future when we see them.
Yeah, I wish we could see a lot more of them. But again, Geek Fam, we'll be seeing more of this, guys, onto the lower brackets. I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing out onto this next one, because they really have this play style that is almost the same as Grind Sky. It's just that Grind Sky was able to pull out that team composition better
Yeah.
compared to Geek Fam. So they still have a chance to get that revenge match against Grind Sky onto the next courses of this tournament. But again, everyone, we have a giveaway that is coming up. Win NFTs and SAS tokens from Smash Chain. Share the live stream on Twitter or Facebook with the hashtag SGH Network and guessing who will be the conquerors, or rather the kings and queens of this tournament. Include your Trovo username and make sure it's following SGH Network. And the Crazy Apple, a message from our sponsors.
Yeah, a message from our sponsors for thank you as well to our sponsors. This tournament wouldn't be possible without them. Thank you to SGH Network. SGH Network is a tournament hosting network as well as a content network where we feature the best and most flashy players in the Call of Duty Mobile and League of Legends Wild Rift scenes on a large scale online events such as this one. Also, thank you as well to Smash Chain. Smash Chain is an upcoming creation of the world's most valuable catalog of rare non-fungible assets through partnerships with acclaimed artists, creators, and distinguished personalities from every industry. Smash Chain aims to become the first of its kind project dedicated to the advancement of all kinds of NFT technologies, use cases, and creators.
Yeah, that was it, everyone. That was the games for the day. It's just the first day of the HL Wild Rift Legends. And again, this tournament's prize pool is $1,000 plus NFT and SAS tokens from Smash Chain. And again, that was it. We have more coming tomorrow, so don't go away. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys tomorrow for more Wild Rift action.